everyone. I'm Shaun Lether. So excited you all joined us. I'm the leader of Hawaiian IONS, which is the International Association for Near-Death Studies, and the host of Near-Death Experiences and Spiritual Awakenings here on the Conscious Awakening Network. We're so glad you have joined us today. And this is my beautiful co-host, Loretta Taylor, who is a certified quantum healing hypnosis technique practitioner and spiritual life coach. Loretta created her podcast on YouTube, which is Loretta Sharing Group, where she provides a sacred space to explore spiritual topics such as NDEs and spiritually transformative experience with others. Loretta can be reached at her website, which is allthingshealing.net. Welcome, Loretta.
Thank you so much, Shaun, for that introduction. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This is an exciting event highlighting the dynamic near-death and spiritually transformative experiences of African Americans and others in the African diaspora. We are so happy to have you here. Today, we will be hearing from three dynamic near-death experiences, y'all, each with their own unique experiences and downloads from beyond the veil. So without further delay, Shaun, let's get started.
Awesome. Thank you, Loretta. So our first speaker is Dennis Bullock, who is an international R&B singer, saxophone player, and entertainer. He had a near-death experience where his heart stopped for 15 minutes and a spiritually transformative experience after his mother's passing. Following his NDE, Dennis discovered his powerful gift of reading energy and provides energy readings for people who want answers about their lives and loved ones on the other side. Dennis also specializes in providing guidance for people suffering from depression or suicidal ideation. Dennis can be reached at his website, which is truthenergyreadings.com, which we will stick in the chat. Welcome, Dennis. So glad you're here.
Well, thank you, Shaun. I'm glad to be here. And also I'm glad to meet everybody from the panel. It's actually a really big pleasure.
Great. So tell us about your experience.
Well, first, I was, let's say, I was recovering from my mother's situation, who she passed. And a couple years after that, me and my girlfriend, I smoked marijuana every now and then. So, and this particular time, me and my girlfriend, we ran out of marijuana. Okay, this was in Montreal, Canada. And I'm a musician, and sorry to say, not all, but most musicians know where to get marijuana. Okay, it's just a general thing. They just know any city you put them in, any country you put them in, they know. So I ran out of marijuana at that time, and I called a friend, and I said, hey, I ran out of marijuana. Do you have any? And he said, yeah, sure. I'll bake it in a cake, and I'll bring it to your place. So he baked it in a cake and brought it to my place. It was a chocolate cake, and he left. And me and my girlfriend, I cut a small piece for her, a small piece for me, and we ate it. And we waited, and we waited and waited 10 minutes. Nothing happened. So then I said, that's funny. Do you feel anything? She said, no. And I said, I don't feel anything either. I said, maybe we have to eat more. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to cut you half, and I'm going to take the other half. And so we did. She ate that half, and I ate the other half. And we waited another 10 minutes, and nothing happened. And I said to her, I said, well, maybe we got a bad batch or something. I don't feel anything. Do you? And she said, no, she doesn't feel anything. So we waited another 20 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden we start to feel something. But it wasn't exactly like we were getting higher. It was more like our bodies were beginning to shut down. I would be talking with her, and then all of a sudden, I would forget to breathe. I would forget to breathe, and then I was starting to move, and I couldn't move my body hardly. And she said, well, you better call 911 while we still can. And I said, yeah, I think you're right. So I pushed my body to get to the phone, and I called 911, and they said, well, hello, how can we help you? And it was kind of embarrassing for me because I had to say, well, we think we took too much marijuana in a cake, and we think we're dying. So can you come help save us? Can you come help us? And they said, well, we'll be right on our way over. Now, this was at like 4 o'clock, around 4 o'clock in the morning that they arrived. We were on the third floor, and there was a spiral staircase. Now, in Canada, if you call 911, you also going to have, if you mention any kind of narcotic, which was marijuana, the police are going to, they call the police also. So the police came with the ambulance, but there was no more cake left, so there was nothing for them to charge us with. So they left, and then they took us in a stretcher. Now we have this stairwell case that's right in, we're on the third floor, and all the other neighbors, they have big windows in front of the stairwell case. So as we're coming down in these stretchers, I mean, lights are flashing. This is 4 in the morning. Neighbors are looking out the window. What happened to them? And it looks so wild, like out of a scene, like if Mick Jagger and David Bowie overdosed. It was just crazy, lights flashing, and so they take us in the ambulance. Now I have to say something before I go into this next part. Now, my mother had been dead for about 7 years before, okay? And so when they took us in the ambulance and we arrived at the hospital, when they pushed me into the reception, past the reception, I saw my dead mother. Now, my dead mother was looking in some kind of papers at the reception for me. And the thing was, is that she had on this outfit that she wears. She was a part of a women's club, and they would go play bingo. They would go on trips together. It was about 10 women. And she had this, they all wore this particular uniform when they would go on a trip, and she had that uniform on. And I said, as they were passing me, oh, wow, there's mom. That's strange. So they rolled me into a hospital room, and they rolled my girlfriend into another room, hospital room. And they give me this black drink. I thought it was tar, but later I found out it was charcoal. And so I was so happy because I said, oh, thank God, I think I'm going to live. Because by the time they had came to the apartment to put me in the ambulance, my heart was trying to beat. I could barely move. It was crazy. I just knew that I didn't have a lot of time. And so when they got to the hospital, when I got to my hospital room, they gave me this drink, this charcoal drink, and then they left the room because it seemed like my girlfriend was having some kind of complications also, but I didn't know what they were at that time. But anyway, they left the room, and I'm in my hospital room, and I drink the drink as fast as I can. It was horrible tasting drink. And I lay back on the bed because I'm thinking, oh, okay, maybe now I'm going to be okay. I'm going to live, because I for sure felt I was going to be a goner. And then as I lay back on my bed and really relax, in my left ear, I started to hear my heart beat, and in my ear, like somebody took my heart and put it right at my ear. And it started to beat boom, 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 boom. And when it went to that last beat, I jumped out of my body. It was like if I was, in a chair, and I just all of a sudden jump out of my chair. It was just like that. I jumped out of my body, and the first thing I said, I'm out. I couldn't believe it. I'm out, and I looked at my hand, because I was like, I see my body in the bed, and I'm out. I had to get that in my brain, or whatever. I had to get it in my soul that I was actually out, because it was so easy. And the other thing was, I was looking at my hand and was like, if you watch the television, it would used to go on to emergency broadcasting system. I don't know if they do that now anymore, but back in the day, they used to do that, where if you wait till 12 o'clock, the screen goes blank and it goes into emergency broadcasting system, and it would just be this like static gray on the screen. But in that static gray, there's colors if you really look hard. Well, my hand kind of looked similar to that. It was gray, but it had a light blue tint all around it. And I was looking at my hand while I was standing up, and my body was in the bed. Across from my bed was a sink, and there was like a drop of water dropping on the sink. And for some odd reason, when I was out of my body, my curiosity was like at 1,000. I was just very curious. And when I heard this drop of water, I looked at the sink and I said, wow, a drop of water. Now, I don't know why, but to a soul, a drop of water was an amazing thing, quite amazing. And so the minute I said, wow, a drop of water, I'd like to see that water. The minute I thought it, the second I thought it, I moved I moved right in front of the drop of water and then back to where I was. The second I thought it. And then after that, like, the only way I can explain the next part is like, if you ride a bike and you don't ride a bike in 20 years, and I bring you a bike and you haven't ridden in 20 years, you're still going to know how to ride the bike. Well, it was kind of like that. It was like I was remembering things, and I wanted to freeze that water and in midair. I wanted to stop time. So it was like I was trying to remember. Then I remembered, and then I just put my hand across the air, and the water froze in midair, and I had stopped time. But to my soul, it was not a big thing. And then I said, I would like to see that water from every angle. And all of a sudden, I just opened my hand just like that, and 5 of me appeared. One was on the right, one was on the left, one was underneath the water, one was in front of them, and I was in the back watching all of them. And it was 5 of me, exactly of me. And when I would close my hand, they all would suck back into one, like that. And I would say, wow, this is amazing. It's just wow. So I just kept on doing that. I opened my hand and closed it, opened and closed it and closed, and I was doing it as fast as I can, and they would appear as fast as I would open my hand. And then I said, this time I'm going to open my hand with a little shake. And I opened my hand with a little shake, and they all 5 of them of me appeared with a little shake. And then I burst out laughing. I burst out laughing, and my laugh sounded like I was laughing in the Grand Canyon, like ha 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 ha, 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 all the way into like infinity, like into infinity. And at that moment, after I laughed, I felt like somebody was watching me. And then I heard a voice. And the voice was like, it was God, but it was like how a parent would talk to a child in a playground. And the voice, like a parent would say, don't run around the corner too fast, you might fall. Well, this voice said to me, if you don't go back now, you might have to stay. And it wasn't a commanding voice, it was the most loving voice. And it was just basically giving me a choice, because my heart can't stay stopped like that for long if I want to go back. So it was giving me the choice. And I was having fun and everything, but still I felt, hey, I don't want to leave yet. If I got a choice, I want to go back. There's things I want to do still, even though where I was at that point was so great and so wonderful. But I said, okay, all right, I think you're right. And I turned myself towards my body. And here's the other thing. I didn't want to really stare at my face, because I was afraid I only looked at the body part. I never looked at my face because I was afraid that my face was going to have this, you know, this crazy death face or something like that, and it would scare me. So I never looked at my face, but I turned myself in the direction of the body, and I just basically jumped into the body, and I did this double beat, boom, 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 and it started to beat, and everything was normal. But the other thing that was happening, which I didn't explain yet, while I was out of my body, was like the best way to describe it was like if you have Alka-Seltzer and you drop an Alka-Seltzer in the water and the Alka-Seltzer um, uh, just disintegrates. But what was happening to me while I was outside of my body, I was swelling with information, with more and more and more and more and more information while I was out. And this information that I got, I was able to bring that back when I came back in my body. And this information was incredible because it was totally opposite of what I was raised as a Christian, or it was totally the opposite. You know, it was like, for example, the download, what do you call it? Download was that first thing on the other side, there's no right or wrong. There's only perception. I was given why do souls come to the earth, and that was to experience. It was not for to school or for the soul to be better. It was just more to experience. And the other thing was about religions. Yes, not all the Bible is true, and there was a lot of manipulation going on from the priest and the government at that time with the Bible. So it's not all true. And Christ is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. And there was Christ, but there were many Christs. That was another thing that I got. Not only one, but there were a few men that came with that consciousness of Christ, which is Christ is a consciousness. It's like an awareness of sorts, and it's right under unconditional love. The other thing I got about was about people who experience hell, why they experience it, and they only experience it because they actually create it while they're here. And it's not God that creates hell. God doesn't create hell at all. God is only love. But we are part of God. This is another download I got that was incredible for me. We are part of God, but we also are gods with a big G. We are gods. And what we think about here on this, oh yeah, the other thing is life on earth is a game. It was created by other souls for us, for souls to come and experience. And that was it. And what we think, because we're so powerful gods, whatever we think, we are creating on the other side. Okay. And that includes heaven or hell. Okay. Because on the other side, basically everything is heaven because everything is God. So it's not a particular place that, oh, you know, some people may go to heaven and they may see Jesus and they may see Virgin Mary and all these other entities, and nobody else will be there because in their thoughts on earth, they thought nobody else would be good enough to be there. So they end up going to this heaven thinking, well, there's nothing really going on here. Nothing is happening here. And they realize that they're the ones that created that. Okay. So this is all the downloads I got. It's so many things. What's happening on the earth now, we're going through a vibrational change. Where the earth is giving every soul a chance to choose whether they want to be on third dimension, which is duality, or rather they want to go to fifth dimension. Now, third dimension, which means it's up, down, like we all experience life pretty much. And fifth dimension will only be peace, love, no killing of plants, animals, or humans, no war, no judgment of any kind, only love. Okay, and that will be the 5th D. But right now, we're in this transitional period, which means that we are able to go from low vibration to high vibration. But once the Earth reaches the 5th dimension frequency totally, that choice will no longer be. You'll only be you'll be stuck to your frequency, whatever that is. If it's a 3D frequency, you'll be stuck to that until you leave the Earth, or if you're in a high frequency, high vibration, then you'll be transported to the 5th dimension. And here's another thing I learned from an experience I had with my dead mother, which we won't go into that today, but is that timelines exist. And that's what's going to happen. The Earth is going to go into 2 timelines. So it's not going to be like you're going to wake up one morning and millions of people have disappeared. It won't be like that. It's going to be a gradual thing, like from winter to summer. And you'll experience these 2 timelines, and one will be on 3D and one will be on 5D. And here's the other thing. I mean, God doesn't care either way. If you choose 3D, God's going to say, oh, you took the long road home, but you're coming home. If you choose 5D, oh, you took the short road home, but you're coming home. Okay, so there's no judgment in that. It's up to you what you want to do. But the Earth kind of made like this soul agreement. You can call it soul contract, but I prefer agreement, that it was going to play this role for a few billion years. And those billion years are up now. And she doesn't want to play anymore. She wants to go to 5D, which will be more closer to what it is like on the other side, maybe 60 to 70% of what it is like on the other side. You'll have these powers. Your bodies won't be quite the same, but kind of the same, more crystal. You'll have total telepathy. Nobody will be able to lie because you'll see their aura, so they won't be able to lie. You won't have desire to there won't be a need to kill animals to eat. You can create everything with your mind, so no animals will be killed anyway. And it will be quite close to the other side. The other thing is a lot of souls are leaving the planet now because they don't want to they don't want to live the transition, because they feel like if I'm only going to just get to 70%, I might as well go to 100% and be on the other side. So it's a lot going on, but that's what's happening now. Everything is vibration. It's no longer logic. That means if you think you do this and you do that this is going to happen, not necessarily, because the vibration of the whole planet has changed. And there's only 2 vibrations, which is low and low vibration. If anybody doesn't know, for the people who are watching doesn't know, is hate, fear, confusion, anxiety, sadness, depression, jealousy. All of this is low vibrations. High vibrations is laughing, love, gratitude, animals, nature, babies, all of these, creating, that's all high vibration. And so there's plenty of there's ways to stay more often on high vibration if you want to be on the train that's going to 5D. Okay. And that is, I tell my clients, first thing I tell my clients is that I'm not telling you, hey, just be happy and everything will work out. I'm not telling you that. What I'm telling you is that if you have to feel low vibration emotion, be like a 3-year-old little child. Now, what does a 3-year-old little child going to do? A 3-year-old little child is going to run around the corner really fast, run down the street really, really fast, and then they're going to fall. Then they're going to scream. They're going to feel that low vibration emotion. But a minute later, that same 3-year-old little child is going to be laughing because they felt that low vibration emotion, but then they let it go, where adults tend to hold on to it for days, weeks, even years. So the thing is, if you have to feel low vibration emotion, feel it, but then let it go. The other thing is I suggest to my clients is that you make a list of 10 things that automatically make you happy. One, I always give them, which is nature. If you live near a lake, a park, or a tree, if you go sit under the tree for 1 hour, your vibration will rise automatically. You don't have to do anything. The other 9 things will be personal to you. Could be your favorite dessert, could be a funny movie, could be a friend that makes you laugh, could be a kitten, could be flowers, could be music, could be art, could be drawing, writing, could be creating something, creating this high vibration, could be a picture or could be a good book. But your emotions are your thermometer to tell you if your vibrations are going high or low. So if you wake up in the morning one day and you just feel, I just feel afraid. I feel afraid about the future. I just feel afraid. That's your emotions saying, hey, whatever your name may be, what are you going to do about it? You're going to low vibrations now. What are you going to do about it? That's when you would go to your list of 10 things and do one of them. And the same list that I tell all my clients, I have the same list for myself. My number 2 is Bugs Bunny. So whenever I feel anxious, afraid, or worried, or whatever, I go and do one of the things on my list. And then I'm laughing at Bugs Bunny, then I'm back on high vibrations again. And the thing is, it's not about being perfect. It's more about knowing what to do if you find yourself on low vibrations. Because we're all in a human state. We're in transition, which means changes everywhere you look, everywhere you turn. So we definitely can find ourselves on low vibrations at one point or another, but we don't have to stay there, because staying there is the thing that will bring you lower and lower, because the universe is another download I got. The universe is like 3 things. God, it's a magnifying glass, and it's a candy store. Now, the magnifying glass is that it will magnify whatever vibration you're on. If you're on low vibrations, you're having a bad day, guess what? It's going to even get worse as you go on, because the universe is magnifying that vibration you're on. If you're having a great day, guess what? It's going to get even better because the universe is magnifying that. Okay. Now, the candy store part is, it has to do a lot, which probably some of your listeners probably heard of, is the law of attraction. The candy store part, if you go to the universe and ask, and it's a 2-minute prayer, you ask, universe, I'd like to have, let's say, a new car because my car is breaking down. Let's say I'd like to have a new car, universe. I ask you to bring me a new car that I can afford, and that I will like, and I thank you for it. Once you ask the universe anything, first thing, you have to go to the universe when you're on high vibrations, which means when you're happy. If you go to the universe desperate, oh, universe, please, I need this. Or if you go to the universe sad or angry, oh, universe, please give me. That's the wrong time to ask the universe. That's low vibration. So you go with happy on a high vibration. And the other thing is, once you ask the universe something, you don't go looking for it. Because if you go looking for it, it is in the idea that you fear that the universe will not be able to bring it to you. And the thing is, so you don't go looking for it, you don't talk about it, you don't overthink it, but you stay open to all invitations. Okay, so that means you might have a friend that says, hey, I'm giving a party on Saturday night. Do you want to come? And you might say, oh, this person ain't going to get me no new car. I don't know why I'm going to go there. But since I asked the universe something, I got to go. Now you go there, and that person that invited you didn't bring you a new car. But guess what? She has a friend, that friend that you hadn't seen in a long time, came to that party. And guess what? That friend owns a dealership for what? Cars, and they're selling the exact brand car that you were looking for. That's how the universe works. Okay. So that's if you're going to ask the universe something. You can ask the universe for houses, partners, whatever. Okay. But you have to go with those basic rules. What else did I get? Yeah, that's about it for now. Yeah. So, and the other thing, oh yes, I forgot to mention. Um, after my death experience, I discovered that I had this kind of gift. Now, I discovered this by accident because I was playing at a club, a club in Canada, Montreal, Canada. Well, placed in Mont-Roland in Canada, which is a little outside Montreal. And it was a new club, and it was the first time we were there, and it was a snowstorm. So we were there, and nobody came to the club because it was a snowstorm, so we got snowed out, and it was only two waitresses there. And me and the band, we were just drinking beers. And I called one of the waitresses, I said, because I was bored, and I said, "Hey, waitress, come on over. Give me your left hand. I'm going to tell you your future for fun." Now, this was supposed to be a joke, okay? So I said, "Give me your left hand." And I told her, I said, "Your boyfriend is paraplegic. He blames you for his handicap. 3 months from now, you're going to meet a guy, you're going to fall in love, and then you're going to marry him." And then I just threw her hand away and I finished my beer. And she never said a word while I was talking. So, and I finished my beer and we started talking, and we went on with the day, and we left that club. And a year later, we went back to the same club. And that same waitress ran up to me this time and said, "Did you know that everything you said was true, came true?" I said, "What?" I said, "That can't be. That's impossible." I said, "Your boyfriend was paraplegic?" She said, "Yes." I said, "He blamed you for his handicap?" She said, "Yes." I said, "You met a new guy and fell in love?" She said, "Yes." And I said, "You got married?" And then she didn't answer me. She just showed me the wedding ring. And when she did that, the hairs up up my arm went all the way up to my neck. And my band said, "Hey man, what's happening to you? You turning into Nostradamus?" And I said, "Oh my God, I don't know. I just felt like I'm turning into some kind of alien. I don't know." And that was the first event that I discovered that I had this gift. And the second time was with a friend, a bouncer who loved the band, and he would come to see the band all the time. And we would go, there was these places called after hours where we would go after the clubs close. You could go to this after hours and still have a drink and relax. And after my shows, that's what me and the band would do. We would, because we couldn't just go home and fall asleep. We had just too much energy. So we would go to these after hours and have a drink or whatever. And these after hours would stay open all the way up to 8:30, even 9 o'clock the next day. So this one particular weekend, I had this premonition that this bouncer should not go out this weekend, should not at all go out. Now, just to tell you a little bit about this bouncer is like the Hulk. If you ever seen that program, The Hulk, okay? I'm talking about this guy's huge. I'm a big guy, I'm about 6'2", but I'm nothing compared to this guy. This guy is huge. And for me to go and tell him, "Hey man, I got this impression that you shouldn't go out. You should just stay home in your apartment for the whole weekend. Do not go out." So I said, this guy gonna think I'm crazy if I go and tell him that. I mean, he's a good friend. He loves the band, but he gonna think I'm nuts if I tell him that. And on this Thursday, it was like a dark cloud walking around me the whole day that was telling me this guy should not go out. This guy should not go out. Tell him not to go out this weekend, not to go out. But I said, no, you're gonna think I'm crazy. I said, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm oversensitive. It's too many crazy things happening lately. So that Friday, I went to the after hours like I normally do, and he was there, and it was no problem. I wanted to tell him, but then I said, nah, he's gonna think I'm crazy. So no way. I mean, this big guy, he could take care of himself. Nobody, in fact, anybody have to be crazy to even mess with this guy as far as harming him. So I didn't tell him, and then came Sunday, and we finished our show, and I went to the after hours. And he was not at the door like he would normally be, because he was a bouncer at these after hours, and he was not there. It was another bouncer there, and this bouncer had tears rolling down his face, just standing there. And I said, "Hey man, what's wrong?" And he said, "You didn't hear?" I said, "No, hear what?" He said, "The bouncer's dead." I said, "Dead?" I said, "What happened to him?" He said, he on Saturday night he met this girl, and after he finished his shift, he took this girl to this a hotel. And when he fell asleep with her, she waited till he fell asleep and she slashed his throat with a knife. And by the time he woke up, he had lost too much blood and he went unconscious and died. Now, when he told me that, I felt so guilty. And I had to ask my soul a lot of times, um, you know, uh, what can I do? What should I have done? Is this my fault? And my soul was answering to me that he wouldn't have listened anyway. And second, that we all, and this was part of my downloads too, that we all have exit points in our life. And also, I should mention this. One of my downloads, which was another incredible thing for me, that there is no horrible death. Nobody on the planet dies a horrible death. Your soul is taken out of your body before you experience the death. That's why you often hear where people in car accidents, they don't remember the impact. They didn't feel they were out of their body before, because this is what I was given, that the soul is taken out. There's no, the child doesn't experience the murder. The person shot in the head doesn't even experience the bullet. Their soul is out before that happens. But anyway, so my soul told me that he wouldn't have listened anyway. And I stopped feeling guilty about that, but I did say that if I get a premonition about anybody, could be the president of the United States, I'm going to tell them. I don't care whether they think I'm crazy or not. I'm going to tell them. And those were my experience with my gifts. And then I started to help people more about health and reading about relationships and suicides and stuff like that. And that's what I do now. I do sessions for people. I even lately started healing sessions. And I don't claim to be a healer, but I always felt that that it would be possible, and it started to happen. I've had about 4 or 5 people that were healed. My first healing session, a woman was healed, and she was a Reiki healer. Her name was Faye Kelly, and she came to me, and she had been to about 20 different healers because she had a problem with her back. She couldn't stand up, and she was so fed up, and she wasn't that nice in the session at first, because she said all the other 20 healers told her a bunch of crap. And I told her, I said, well, listen, I don't claim to be a healer, but I can tell you what your energy will tell me, and that's going to help you. That's going to help you, and it could heal you. So the energy told me to tell her, because the energy, when I read energy, it doesn't sugarcoat anything. It's like a piece of steak on a wooden table. Plop, there it is. That's it. So my energy told me to tell her that she should forget about all the things she thinks she knows about healing, and basically be quiet and allow. That was it. And allow the energy to flow. Just allow. That's all. And when I told her that, she said, nobody never told me that before. And I said, well, are you ready to allow? And she was so shocked. She said, okay, yes, I'm ready to allow. And when she did that, I told her to close her eyes, and I closed my eyes. Then the energy of source flew through me to her, and went through her whole body, and it healed her back. And she's now walking, she's drawing. She wrote a write-up on the Next Level Soul, and she also wrote a write-up on my webpage, which you can read if you go there for reviews. And but this is just all, this is all energy from source, and it's from her, because we all have the same thing. It's not nothing that, it's just some people are more conscious of it, that's all, than others. but we all have the same powers. There's nobody higher. And that's another thing in my downloads. There's no hierarchy on the other side. There's different dimensions, but there's no hierarchy, which means that God doesn't love the angel Gabriel more than you. Okay, so that's another one of my downloads. So yeah, so that's what I do now. I'm still doing my music. I still do shows, but I approach my music in a different way, less of ambition and more out of love and enjoyment. Okay, and yeah, so I think that's pretty much about it from my experience. But I still do sessions for many, many, many people. And if you would like to have a session, you can go to truthenergyreadings.com and book a session with me. And that's my story.
Wow, thank you so very much for sharing with us, Dennis. Very dynamic experience. So much to gain from that. I wanted to ask you, having experienced everything that you did, right, especially on the other side, when you saw how powerful your thoughts were, all you had to do was think something and it'll happen. How can a person navigate better in the changing world we live in today? How can
Well,
they use that information? Yeah.
okay, well, this is the most important thing. I tell my clients, like I explained about the list of 10 things that to have, and also not to chastise yourself or put yourself down if you find yourself on low vibrations. It is to know what to do when you find yourself on low vibrations. That is the key. Okay. And that's going to be the key to navigate better in this world of changing circumstances. The other key is what I say, stay away from low vibration conversation. And low vibration conversation is when a friend comes and say, hey, Loretta, remember 2 years ago it was so horrible. That thing could happen again. And remember how tough it was? Going into that detail is bringing your vibration down. And by the time you might have been super happy, but after you got finished talking to that person, now they done walked away, you feel horrible. Okay, that's why I say whether it's partners, family, or friends, you don't engage in low vibration conversations. You can just say, oh, I got to go. I'm sorry. I don't have time to talk. And you walk away because your vibrational environment is very, very important. In fact, I tell all my clients, be selfish about that. Be selfish about that. Okay. Because our environment is changing. Our earth is rising in vibration, which means more truth and more clarity is coming, higher vibrations. But it also means that people who are in low vibrations, who hold on to those low vibrations, are going to have a harder time, much harder time. Because if you put a battery, a positive and negative battery together, what happens? They separate. Now, if you're on a planet that's rising and you're on a low vibration, what's that doing? That's making that low vibration shake and go crazy because they're on a planet that's rising. Now, before it was possible because we were on 3D duality. It was more balanced that, okay, we can have the bad time, then we can have the good time. But now that's changing. Okay. We're even, to be honest, we're even entering right now, we're entering the fourth dimension, which is going to be spirituality and the understanding of time. Okay. So, yeah.
Dennis, you briefly mentioned your mom, and I know we don't have time for you to go totally into it, but would you just share a little bit about how she came to you and are you still communicating with her?
Okay. First, definitely still communicating with her. She visits me many times, but not as present as she was on the day that she visited me. Like 2 weeks after she had died, me and my mother were close. She bought me my first saxophone. She was my world. She was the joy in my life. Okay. She used to say, "Oh, look at the birds. Did you see the birds this morning?" That's the type of person she was. She was just wonderful. And when she died, the lights went out in my life. So 2 weeks after she died, I started to drink every night. I would go to the bar. I was living in Montreal, Canada at that time. I would go to the bar, come back to my apartment, sit on the side of my bed and cry myself to sleep. Until this one night, I came back from the bar ready to do my routine. I turned off the light in my room, sat on the side of my bed, and I went to take off my sneakers, and I noticed that there was still light on the floor. And I said, "That's impossible. I just turned out the light. That can't be." And when I looked up, the sun that you see in the sky, in the sky, was in my room. And that sun later on I found out to be God. And here's the other thing. Out of the sun comes these two stars. Like the stars you see in the sky, out of that sun comes these two stars. And one of the stars I recognized, I felt all her essence, who it was my mother. And the first thing I said to her then was, "Mom, it's like that over there." Because when the sun first appeared in my room, it was like an ocean of love that covered my whole body. I mean, the only way I can describe it is when you go to the ocean and there's a wave coming, it covers your whole body. Think of the water as love. It just washed over me, man, like a like a tidal wave of love. And then they came out, and when she came to me, she was with this other light that was even taller than her. This other light had to be 7 feet or something. And she started to speak to me. Now, when she was speaking to me, it was like I'm talking now, except the conversation, her conversation was like being shot into my body. I could feel every inch of it in my body, not only hear the conversation, but feel the conversation. And she told me um about the future. She said to me, "I'm telling you this now because I don't want you to think this is a dream or an illusion or some fake thing. This is real." She said, there's gonna be a bouncer guy at a club." And she said, "This guy's gonna be a homosexual." And she said, "He's gonna try to make a pass at you. And he's also gonna be a psychopath." And she said, "Whatever you do, don't get into an argument with him." Because my mother knew me, and it was like, I mean, I respect everybody. I don't care if you're gay, if you're lesbian, homosexual, I don't care. It's okay. I respect you. But if you coming after me and knowing that I'm not, then I was going to protect my manhood. That's just me. And my mother knew that I would definitely do that. But she told me, "Do not get into an argument or fight with this person." And then she told me about two timelines. One timeline, I mean, he would kill me. The other timeline, I would kill him, but I would go to jail for the rest of my life. And one of those two timelines would happen if I got into an argument or a fight. And I told her, "No, Mom, I'm going to follow you, whatever you tell me." I was so happy to see her, so happy to see her. I said, I'll do whatever you tell me, Mom." And then she told me, she said, "And one more thing." She said, "The girlfriend that you've been seeing for a year and a half, 2 years, she has 3 kids that she has not told you about. And she's going to try to have a fourth one with you. So be careful," she told me. And she said, "I love you." And then I said, "Well, Mom, I will, I will." I was so happy to see her. And I said, "But Mom, who's this other light?" Because it was this 7 foot tall light standing next to her, walked through the whole conversation. And I said, "Who is this other light?" And then this other light spoke to me, and it said, "I'm an escort." It said, "I'm escorting your mother to the earth plane." And I said, "Well, I have God in my room. I have this kind of angel-like being, my dead mother." I said, I got some questions here for God. I said, "I want to know who's going to be, why am I here? Who's going to be my wife? How many kids I'm going to have?" And this angel, what I call an angel, it said so calmly, it said, I will answer all your questions, but you won't be allowed to remember. So it answered all my questions, but I was only allowed to remember what my mother told me. Okay. And then they dissipated out of my room slowly, like a piece of ice in a glass melting slowly out of my room. And then they left the room. Went out of the room. And when the minute they left, tears burst out of my eyes because I said to myself, nobody's ever gonna believe this. Nobody's ever gonna believe this. Nobody's ever gonna believe it. But I have the proof. And the proof is that I'm going to tell you, after that happened, a week later, just like my mother had told me, I got a call for a job. Now, my band hadn't been working for about 2 or 3 weeks, going through a dry spell or whatever. And one of the band members said, hey, we got a job. I said, oh, great. And of course, I didn't tell my band what had happened because I didn't want them to think, since his mom died, he's lost it, man. He's went cuckoo, man. So I never told my band. So I said, oh, that's great. So I went to the band to the we call it sound check, where we check the sound before the show, about 3 hours before the show. And there was these two huge guys there, bouncers. And nothing happened then. I went there, we did the sound check, everything was cool. I left, and then we come in for the job. Now, we did the first set that night. We came off, and I was talking with the band, just like this. There was 5 of them and just me. And this bouncer walked behind me and grabbed my butt. And I went, hey, man. And went into a corner and just sat there and looked at me. And I said, hey, band, I said to my band, hey, guys, did you see that? This guy just grabbed my butt. But they didn't see it. All they could see was him passing because they were on the other side of me. Okay, so all they could see was him passing. But I felt that I knew that he did. So I said, I got to tell this guy something. And at first I was going over there very angry. I was pissed off, but then I said, oh yeah, remember what mom said. Remember what mom said. Don't lose it, man. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. So I went over there and I said, hey man, I'm not like that. Don't touch me again. He said, what are you talking about? I said, you just grabbed my butt. I said, don't touch me again, man. And he said, you had too much beers. I said, no, I know you grabbed my butt just now. I said, don't touch me, man. And he said, why'd you tell your friends? And I said, because that's what you did. But I said, I'm telling you now, I'm not like that. Please don't touch me again. Then I walked away from the conversation because the conversation, if I'd have stayed, was going more and more and more to what my mom said to avoid, which was an argument or a straight out fight. So I left just like my mom said, listen to my mom. I just told him, don't touch me no more, please. Thank you. And I left. And I went and did the second show. And then I left the club because I didn't want to even hang out in that atmosphere. So I left the club. And the next day I got a phone call from the band member. He said, hey man, did you hear what happened? I said, no, I mean, we left and I thought everything was cool. He said, you remember the guy that you said grabbed your butt when he passed you? I said, yeah. He got into an argument with the club owner and crushed both of his rib cages. Club owner died and he went to jail for manslaughter. And that would have been me if I hadn't gotten into an argument with this guy. Because this was a huge guy. We're talking about another Hulk Hogan type. Okay. And that blew my mind. I still didn't say nothing to the band member. I said, oh my God, that's so crazy. And the club owner was a good friend of mine. And I hung up the phone and I said, oh my God, my mom, everything she's saying is coming true, everything. I said, well, if that's true, then my girlfriend. So then I picked up the phone. I said, I got to call my girlfriend. So I called her and she said, hello. And I said, hey, tell me something. Just tell me the truth. Do you have 3 kids? And the phone went silent. And then she said, who told you? And I said, no, 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 this can't be true. No, 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 this can't be true. I said, I'm going to ask you again. Just tell me, I'm going to ask you again. Do you have 3 kids? And she said, yes, but who told you? And I said, okay, I'm going to tell you who told me. My dead mother told me. And I said, we're finished. I said, it's not because you have the kids, but it's because you lied to me. You hid them. And if you're hiding from your own kids, what else? I don't know what else you might be hiding. So we're finished. And then I hung up the phone and we were finished. And that's the story about my mom. And my mom loved me enough to come in to save me from a timeline that I was getting ready to go on to, which would have been not so nice. Okay. And as far as my mom, she comes to me every now and then. I can feel her presence and I know it's her. But she doesn't do big communications like she did at that time. But she told me when the first time when I first saw her with God and this angel, she said that I will be around you, but you won't be as much aware of me as you are tonight. Okay. So, and it's true. I feel her around me sometimes. I know it's her and I know she's around me, but I don't have this big giant communication like I did when she was when she came into my room with God and the angels and stuff. Okay.
That is, I've always said, Dennis, you have the juiciest story. That is an amazing experience. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Please hang on till the end because I know we have lots of questions for you. I mean, we could go another half hour with your
Yeah, well, you know, Loretta, I mean, it was quite something for me at that time because, like I said, you know, that experience was so powerful for me that I couldn't even talk about it with nobody.
Yeah.
I tried to go on with my life like it didn't happen, even though I always carried it in my heart, but because I knew people wouldn't. And then after that, I died. So then that was it. I said, it's over. I got to tell the whole story, all the story.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us. Hang tight. We're gonna now introduce Elle. Thank you so much, Dennis.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, yes. So introducing Elle Serumaga with less than 1% chance. Elle survived an unsurvivable situation. Her near-death experience occurred after having an anaphylactic response to a medicine, resulting in her becoming septic and having complete organ failure. Elle has a love of spirituality and science, and her near-death experience inspired her, everyone, to study and pursue a path as a genetic doctor of osteopathy. During her NDE, Elle traveled to a different planet, how exciting, and through space. She saw Jesus and accessed the Akashic records. Elle may be reached at her website at www.url1111.com, and I'll be putting that in the chat. Elle, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank
How
you.
are you doing?
Great.
Good. So you can start with your experience wherever you wanted to start.
Okay. Well, so I was going to travel to come in. I was going through a lot. I was feeling very overwhelmed as a single mother, and I was just feeling tired. You know how you get exhausted in life? Tired. This is a lesson, a cautionary tale also to other people that don't start, if you're a manifester, don't start throwing things out there saying, oh God, just give me rest and peace, because you will probably rest in peace. What happened with me was that I was, crying out to God, and I was, praying about that I was just overwhelmed and needed a break and did not want any responsibilities for a little while. And so I was feeling a little under the weather, and I asked my daughter, I said, should we still go and visit Nana and Grandpa and, just take a trip? And she's intuitive on her own. So she said, yes, let's go. I didn't know that I was actually carrying a more serious infection. Um, when we came, I ended up being admitted into the hospital and was given medicine, started feeling a lot better. My family was told, oh, she's probably going to be discharged in a couple of weeks. And then something happened, a mistake happened, and I went into anaphylactic shock. I started crashing, and you know how you in the hospitals you hear code blue? The code blue went off, and I was delirious, going in and out of consciousness, and was saying, is that for me? Is that for me? Because it's strange when you're actually the person that this is happening to. It's hard to compute. And so anyway, they stabilized me afterwards for a little while, but then I started having organ failure and sepsis, and I was at that point transferred to a different hospital that was a university hospital, where they felt that they could, they had more to be able to figure some things out. And then I was intubated and put on life support. So when I was put on life support, I don't remember that particular time, but my daughter told me, and this is after the fact, she said that when I was at the other hospital, her angel guide came to her and told her that I was going to get out 2 weeks before Christmas. So, and she was confused because this was August when this happened. And so Christmas was really far off, and she's wondering, that she didn't know if that was correct or what the situation was. When I was intubated and on life support, which I ended up being in a coma for 2.5 months, and pretty much was, they gave me a less than 1% prognosis because I was in an unsurvivable state, basically. And that's why I needed life support in order for any type of function to happen. And I'll tell you what was happening on the outside. And I don't like to say in real life, I like to say the outside, because, it's things are a lot more real when you're in the spiritual realm. So on the outside, they told me that, multiple people were coming to see me. People were sitting and praying. I have relatives in other countries. So people and family and friends in other countries were praying at that particular time. And, sometimes the church that I used to belong to, some of the members came and sat by my bed, and they were singing. And so as that was going on in the spiritual realm, I went through the Akashic records, and I had 3 guides with me. And 3 of those, they each had a different role. I think Dennis said, that you have somebody who kind of is a well, is like a mentor, and helping you to kind of go through a life review. So one of those guides looks like my daughter, and I was told that that wasn't my daughter, but that she was there to kind of help me to just have the desire to hold on, because I was very ambivalent. I didn't really care either way at certain points. At some points I wanted to fight, but at some points I was like, oh, this is, I don't want to go back. So, and then there were two other guides that I was with. The one was a male guide, and he kept on telling me to merge with different things. So I was told to merge with different life forms. Like I kept hearing merge with a tree, and I was told to merge with a lily, and I was told to merge with a fish. And what happened was that I had a lot of questions even about life and, the spiritual realm before all of this happened. So, I had always said, or when I die, I'm going to ask God this, that, and the other. I have a ton of questions, things like that. So I was getting a lot of my questions answered. But instead of answering them by all the time by telepathic communication, there was a combination of telepathy and being like shoved into an experience. So basically, I would be shoved into being a tree, and not just acting like a tree or what we think trees are, but actually being the tree, so that I could understand how a tree's perspective and how trees think. And the reason why was I was being shown that all life forms are conscious, and that many life forms are intelligently conscious more than we think. We look at a tree, we kind of disregard it. We think, well, that's just a tree. It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have eyes. And so one of the things that I was told was that that all life forms are conscious, and that there were even going to be studies eventually to try to, I don't like to use the word hack, but try to get information from other life forms that we haven't typically looked at as conscious or think that are actually thinking. And so going forward just a little bit, I remember as I was starting to talk about my experience and telling people this and things like that, and came across an article maybe about, I would want to say it was about maybe 3-4 months ago, that said that scientists are now studying trees to see if they're conscious. And they've found out that they have there's a particular part in our eye that helps us to see colors and to distinguish faces. They have that ocular part all over in their entire body. So they can actually see us. They could distinguish our faces. And then I remembered a few months back, this was like in 2023, there was the tree challenge where everybody was hugging trees, and some of those trees were hugging back. You can see that our relationship with life forms needs to go deeper than it actually is, and that they're there to help us. And one of the things that I got about trees is that they're like big brothers and big sisters, and they love us. They understand our nonsense, and they believe that they're more highly evolved, which I believe they are. And so they have a sense of like patience with us. Even when we cut them down, they're not happy about that, but they're just kind of like, oh, those humans, and but they love us a lot. So we need to be more mindful with how we treat trees and plants and other life forms in general. When I was a fish, and I was a fish in a tank. And I don't know if this is different with different species, but the one that I was like a more typical species of fish. And that was the least I have ever thought in my life. And it felt so good. And it was very, everything was very simple. Everything was just very matter-of-fact-ish, and being able to look at life without any particular expectation, without any particular agenda. That's what we need to I don't want to say evolve to, but that's what we need to have a goal of doing. And so those were some of the things that I experienced when I was told to merge into different life forms. Another thing that I experienced was that I traveled to outer space. And when you're in a near-death experience, you're not sitting there and thinking, this is unusual necessarily. You just kind of, your mind expands and you adapt to the moment because you're in the moment. So when I was traveling through space, I was admiring how beautiful space was, looking at nebula and seeing planets, as I was told that planets are celestial beings. And some of the celestial beings that are written about in spiritual texts, whether it's the Bible or something else, like the Nag Hammadi, it's referring to stars and planets as well. So, and because those, stars and planets are conscious as well as the Earth is conscious, I also got the same thing. And so when we look at things that we don't think are conscious, it can help us to create more connection with those things. When we connect with those things, we automatically raise our vibrations. So a lot of lack of vibration raising is because of a lack of understanding. So when I was looking around, I didn't see my body. And so I looked down and at first was kind of looking for my body and didn't, and was wondering how come I could see out, but I couldn't see like my hands or anything around me. And then I realized that I was an orb. And and after the fact, because, when you have an NDE, you kind of go back and you think, oh, what happened here? What happened there? And trying to analyze things. I always thought that, when you see an orb, how is that a conscious thing? Like what's in that orb? And I always thought, okay, well, I would like some proof that that orb is actually a being and it's not just dust, or it's not just, something that's, something else. And so I realized that I was an orb and started to understand that our bodies as avatars is not where our entire soul lives. Our entire soul is like at the point of a pin, pretty much. And all of our intelligence and our existence is wrapped up in the point of that pin. So what that allows us to do as a particle is to be able to travel and to be able to go places, do things, connect with other energy. I also was instructed on the fact that we are all frequencies, and each of us have different frequencies as energy imprints, but also that our frequency connects to a higher source, which we called God or source or whatever, and that we're an extension of that original source. So one of the reasons why I was shown all of this part is because I had questions about personal power and personal ability to change circumstances and outcomes. And so I was shown different timelines of different things that were going to happen in the world, and that we can have we can shift these different outcomes based on the choices that we make and based on our desire to do something about something. Now, Shaun did not want me to say something about a particular thing that's going on, that's happening this year. So I'm not going to say anything, but I will say that
Elle, I don't even remember what it was. So just go ahead and share
no,
whatever
no,
you're guided
no.
to.
No, I'm not going to, because it's about the topic we want to stay away from.
Oh, that
No,
okay.
Elle, you got to say it now. You've mentioned it.
No.
Oh, Elle.
So
At the end in the panel you can, but could you just quickly, for the people that don't understand or don't know what the Akashic records are, what they are and what your experience was there?
yes, so the Akashic records are pretty much, okay, so there are many dimensions in existence. Now, I'm going to reference in the Bible, but I also believe in other spiritual modalities and texts. So I encourage, regardless of your religion, that to focus on spirituality and to read other texts. In the Bible, it says, "In my Father's house, there are many rooms." Those many rooms are dimensions, okay? And many things are metaphorical. And yes, I agree with, I think it was, yeah, Dennis, you'd said that there are some things that have been twisted for an agenda. Yes, there are. But there are also a lot of things that are accurate. So the Akashic records are essentially a record of everything that's happened in all dimensions, all time and space, everywhere. Before my NDE, I always thought the Akashic records were like a library of scrolls. That's how I imagined it. But what I experienced was that it was more like going into, and I don't know if there are any Trekkies on here, but it's like going into a holodeck where you go into the experience and you learn through osmosis, but you're also an observer of the situation. That's what I experienced. When I went to another planet, I was like, I don't know if you guys have seen much about when the aliens came in, I think it was it Arizona, in those people's backyard? They said that they were hiding behind something. They were hiding behind a tractor, and that they were also glitching in time. When I was on this other planet, which was like it was like there was a city, and there were like white buildings, and it was very ethereal looking, and the people were just kind of, well, the beings were just going about their activities, but aware. I was in the like a corner with my guide observing them, but I wasn't in my regular form. Like I was, like my body was glitching and a little bit deformed. And I was told that that was because I was of a different frequency than the frequency of that planet. So the way that I presented on that planet was different than how I would present as a human being here, because this is the vibration of the place that I, was a part of. So again, the Akashic records records everything that we're able to access. And I was shown that this is one of the things that all of us can tap into. We can tap into records of time and space. We can make decisions with more information than what's going on in our regular lives. We have infinite power within our bodies because our bodies are not where our power resides. It's in our soul and in our aura that where our power resides. So in regards to moving to a different dimension and or moving into 5D, what I understood was it was more of moving is not an outward action, it's more of an inward action where you think and you process and you make decisions from a different frequency, adjusting your own frequency. And that, in a sense, causes automatically for you to for your vibration to raise and for you to go to 5D. For example, if a woman is having a baby, you know, she even if she doesn't want to push out the baby, at some point the baby just starts coming out and there's nothing she can do about it. And that's similar to how we raise our frequencies. Even if we're so stubborn that we don't want to do something that we should in order to raise our frequency, we're going to be in a situation where it's going to be made to happen. Because ultimately, you know, kind of similar to what Dennis said, I had been shown that God does not really care what religion you are. God is of no religion, number one. Number two, God doesn't really care if you decide to go left or right. God cares more about you developing, experiencing, and, you know, being a version of your soul that you're happy with, basically. And there is what I had gotten, and this was hard for me at first because I previously went to a very traditional church. There's no actual heaven or hell. There's not a place where you go in and say, okay, you know, I'm going to open the hell door or I'm going to open the heaven door. You go to a place that your vibration resonates with at the time, and it's a place that you create, okay? So basically, if you're creating in your life, which the in the afterlife extends there, you can create your own quote unquote hell, and you can create your own heaven. And one of our goals in life is to try to manifest some of those, that particular, what we call heaven here on earth, because again, it comes from within us. And some of the things that that I was instructed on was that even though the world is kind of designed to take away a lot of those feelings of power, those feelings of frustration, you know, since we're doing this for African American and diasporic, you know, month or what have you, if you go through situations where you feel injustice against you, as a person of color or as a woman, for example, it can tend to beat you down on a daily basis over time. But we have to realize how powerful we are within ourselves and how we actually harness the power of the universe. And the way that you're treated in the world, regardless of who you are, is not an expression of who you actually are. You have to stop believing that. and you have to stop believing that you are the reflection of the things that are happening around you. And so that being said, one of the things that I was taught about, you know, with how we can harness that power and refine our frequencies, is that if you're existing in a world that's low vibrational, you still always have a choice to do the things that are going to raise that vibration and raise that frequency without any expectation of any particular outcome. So one of the things that helped me is that when I came back is to realize that I'm on a journey and everyone else is as well, which can help with, if you're having trouble with forgiveness, or if you're having trouble with feeling beaten down and feeling, just not really of the world, or feeling like you're having issues with coping with the world. So besides that, I feel as though the guides helped me to process a lot of my life and helped me to reframe a lot of things, not knowing that I was going to be coming back. When I went and when I spoke to my family afterwards, and I was trying to rectify exactly, all of the situations that I was in, what was happening outside at the same time, there was a time where I came to this, it felt like this room, okay? And all of a sudden, after being shown all of these different things and my guides telepathically talking, my male guide said, "Stick out your left hand." So I did that. And then all of a sudden, the silver sphere appeared in my hand. And then around that same time, Jesus in a light body form appeared, or what we think is, typically his outline and his essence was there. And I was told that that was Jesus, though I understand that all energy is connected, and who we know as Jesus is a part of that energy. And I also got the same thing, that there were other Jesuses as well. But this was the Jesus that I knew, basically. And so I was told I was loved, that everything was going to be okay. And my guide was just kind of silently by my side. And once that happened, a light opened up and panned around the room and formed a tunnel. And when this happened, I felt like this sense of detachment and peace, kind of like, oh, that's interesting, but not like, oh my God, It was more kind of like, that was just really beautiful. That light is so incredibly bright. I've never seen anything like it. So I was just very observational. And then I was given some words, and then I was told that it wasn't my time, and that I was going back. And in my mind, I felt kind of like a baby, because I was just kind of like, okay, just ready to accept either way, one way or another. And then that was the last thing that I remembered before I was awake. And then when I was awake in the hospital, they told me that I'd crashed, and they brought up like a machine that I believe is called an oscillator from the basement, because the ECMO, which is life support, the way that it the way that it puts pressure on your lungs can be aggressive. So they wanted to, if I did survive, then they wanted to put me on that, but they expected I'd have brain damage, because when they shaved my head and they checked for brain activity, which is what they do in death preparation, they didn't tell me if they found a signal. So I wonder if I'm still thinking. I'm just kidding. But anyway, they shaved my head, and they said that if I did survive, I was probably going to be in a vegetated state, because on a CO2 range on a lab, the max it's supposed to be is 35, and mine was over 200, which means I had complete CO2 in my system and in my lungs. And so they basically, just were letting me go. And so when I was crashing, at some point after when I crashed, I started breathing again on my own. So going back in my, when I was analyzing everything, I was thinking that the event that happened where I saw the tunnel and everything healed my situation and healed my body. And so then I eventually, started, they put me on the oscillator to assist with my breathing. I started getting better. When I woke up, I had a tracheotomy. I had a feeding tube. Eventually they took out the tracheotomy and they took out the feeding tube. Now, before all of this happened, I was really into bone broth. And in my mind, the time, like there was no time that went by. So the first thing I ask for when I can speak is bone broth. And I start drinking bone broth the day after they take out the tracheotomy. Within 24 hours, my tracheotomy hole had closed up, really freaking out my doctor. And again, I'm oblivious, saying, oh, that's because I'm drinking bone broth. And bone broth is not that miraculous. But in my mind, I'm still in one dimension and still in another dimension. So my reality is in two places, and my understanding is in two places. So that took a little time to process, and it took some time to kind of rectify. And quite honestly, I was very disappointed. I mean, I was happy to see my daughter, but I was disappointed with being back, because I felt like everyone and everything was stupid. And I just felt kind of like, why? And I just really saw how we're not really living from the place of our power, and that there's so much more. There's, I thought about conversations with people that I was afraid to say something to them. And that was 3 months before. And imagine if I had died and I'd never have another chance to say something to them. And I imagined, just about how we get trapped in this sense of fear that we think is so big about certain things in our life that are minute compared to what's going on in the universe and our connection to it. And so I still felt connected to my NDE and was trying to work from that moment to stay in that vibration and connection to my NDE. But people can get to that point without even having an NDE by just asking, just asking for a lot of questions, asking for, a lot of answers. And one of the things that I felt was really important in order to do that was you absolutely have to have a daily meditation practice. I cannot exist on this planet in this life without a daily meditation, because it's my connection to the divine and connection to where I really feel that I am. Okay. And the other thing that I learned was that our bodies, you know, and I have a lot of issues in my body. If you can imagine, I pretty much, my body was in a necrotic state, meaning that my organs were in complete failure and dying off. When they're failing, that means your tissues are dying completely. And now they're alive again. The things that were dying are alive again, which blows my mind at the capability of our connection with God and the universe. But those are things we can experience all the time, you know. And I think Dennis, as well as David, do healing. And it's like those types of things we can do on a regular basis. We can heal every single day. And for me, meditation is an aspect of healing every single day from the toxic damage that's done around me. And we can all do that. Another thing that I learned about that is that our DNA is very special. What I was instructed was on the fact that all species come from one God, but we here on Earth, we were assisted in our development from other intelligent life in order to evolve and be, you know, present as humans here on Earth. And that being said, we have the ability to do special things with our body, but we also need to be careful of what we put in our body. Recently, I've become really alarmed about how many people are developing cancer, like stomach cancer, and then also people who are having heart issues going on. And a lot of that I feel is environmental factors. So, you know, as you were told, I'm studying medicine and specifically genetics. So just indulge me for a moment while I say something about that. If there's any way that you can eat the most high vibrational foods, drink the most high vibrational water without it costing you an arm and a leg, you have the ability within your own DNA to reverse some damage. Because God and the universe is already there and willing to assist you with that, as well as to harness some damage or harness some of that power to optimize your health. The reason why this is important is not so that you can look your best in your bikini or whatever, or so you can, you know, even look younger. The reason why it's important is because it's a part of moving into 5D. It's a part of harnessing that vibration and frequency that you already exist on and that you already are. When you put into your body things that are high vibrational, it assists you even when you're not able to think in a high vibrational way to assist yourself. Your microbiome, there's studies that show with your microbiome that can affect whether or not you have depression, ADHD and ADD, things like that. So it's really important for you to put things in your body that support the avatar that you were put in while you're here in this life and in this existence. And I know it's really hard. I have my struggles as well, but if you just do baby steps and then continue to build on that, you're supported by the universe and by God. And so you can experience with your intention more rapid ability to change and transform some of these things. And by the way, Dennis, I do not believe that marijuana is a bad thing. So I'm just putting that out there just to clarify. Okay. So, what else can I tell you?
And all of that is so fascinating. When you get a chance, check out the chat. Everybody's singing your praises in the chat. So it definitely, what you're saying is definitely resonating with the public, with the listeners. I just wanted to ask you, I know I've heard you talk about us being a part of a seed bank. Was
Mhm.
wondering if you could briefly talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. I was instructed on the fact that Earth is a seed bank. We were here. There are other ET species that are our cousins, basically. And that's not just humans, but also different animals as well. And Earth is kind of like the seed bank. That's why other ETs find Earth important, because we house a lot of that DNA. And I don't know if this is the case, but it could be one of the reasons why some ETs come back and they have performed abductions to harness DNA or things like that. That being said, one of the things that I did understand was that, well, first of all, yes, there are intelligent life out there. There are other planets and other universes. And number two, our evolution on Earth was not just from us starting to eat meat and then now we're human. We're Homo sapiens sapien. That's not really how everything worked. There was a lot of intervention from intelligent species from other planets. And I believe that we will continue to be important to other intelligent life. And many ETs have assisted in a benevolent way. They want to see us succeed. They want to see us get to a more high vibrational place, but we have to get out of our own way in order to do that. I can't hear you.
Thank you
That's
so much for that.
beautiful. Elle, I'd like to ask you, when you talked about that there's multiple Jesus or Jesi,
Jesus.
and and you saw a Jesus that you would recognize. So maybe since you could expand just a little bit on that, like, so what about maybe a Muslim or other people? What are they going to see based on what you experienced?
Right. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about quantum physics, because quantum physics is actually a spiritual reality. Okay. So with the Jezi, they all come from the same source. God is the one source, just like the sun is our energy source for Earth. Okay. And the person that we know as Jesus was a frequency of consciousness that came through to us in the form of this Aramaic man who spoke Aramaic in the Middle East, and he was called Jesus. So he is the Son of God, but also there are others in that same frequency with varying deviations, because they bring forth that consciousness of love. They bring forth that consciousness of light and things like that. So one of the things, and I've read the Bible 3 times, so that's kind of said in the Bible, is that Jesus actually said for us to be like him, and that we have the ability to be like him. Okay. So what does that mean? That means Jesus healed people. Okay. Jesus read the future and saw the past and saw things that he couldn't see, that weren't obvious. Jesus was able to, to transform. So basically that means that we have the ability to do all of those things if we work towards that same frequency and that same vibration, that expectation is on us as well. It's not that, you know, that's a particular level that we can never aspire to. God's expectation is for us to experience everything infinitely around the universe and to be so connected that we experience the same thing that God experiences. So it's us who puts the limitations on ourselves, just individually and as a culture.
Thank you so much. Shaun, did you have anything else to ask or to offer for Elle? Elle, I do have one more question if
Sure.
there's time.
Mhm.
How do we, you having spent so much time in the coma, how can you encourage others to engage with those in the coma? I feel like the situation with our loved ones being in a coma is such an unknown for us, right? We
Yeah.
don't know if they hear us, you know. And so what advice can you give to us to engage with our loved ones that may be in a coma?
I'm happy you asked that. So when you're in a coma, you are in a state where you're able to leave your body and go back into your body, which I did. I went into a procedure room. I saw my body, being them looking at my body, the doctors saying things about me, and I got mad and things like that because they were talking about me like I was a goner and I was going to die, but I felt fine where I was, in my spiritual body. And I would go in and out of my body for a while before starting to completely leave. And so one of the times I went back in my body, some of those people from the church that I used to go to, I heard them singing. And I didn't know this until after the fact, when everybody was recounting their stories and trauma and PTSD and everything, that they were actually there, but I heard them singing and I heard the song that they were singing. And music is frequency. Music is ones and zeros. It's binary. It's energy. It heals. It connects with the universe. As I said before, quantum physics is spirituality. And so definitely talk. Your words are vibrations and they're energy. They're kind of like in medicine, there's something called methylation. And methylation is how body or how things metabolize into your system and go through your bloodstream. So there's things that can go through your bloodstream only because they're small enough or because they're gaseous enough that they can get through your cells. That's what music and words are, the frequency and energy of that. So you have the ability to promote healing when there's somebody that's in a coma or somebody who's, having an issue, to speak words of encouragement, blessings, love, good things, to them, or sing to them, because it's an energetic thing. It's actual physics as well. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm going to pitch it over to Shaun at this time.
Yeah, Elle, you're up to an exciting project that you're working on. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad that you mentioned that. So it's not the thing that I'm doing. That's not the main thing that I'm doing in my life, but I am co-founder of the Near-Death Institute with a woman named Amira May. And really, it started on a conversation. Amira asked me to participate in a book. And Amira, you go on different podcasts and things like that, and then you tell your story, and then that's it. But I said, it'd be good, and I'm sure Shaun, you can relate to this, and Dennis and David as well. You go on different podcasts, you share your story, you come back, and you're like, "Oh, that was nice," and pour out your soul, and okay, that's it. So I said, we need really a community and a movement where we can have supportive needs, where we can support one another, things like that. And so came up with some ideas we discussed, and then the Near-Death Institute was created to support people who have had NDEs, OBEs, which are out-of-body experiences, life transformations, or have healed themselves from something. And it's a supportive network to kind of help each other with spiritual, mental health, socioeconomic, because as you know, when you're changing your life or when you come back from an NDE, you're so over everything, probably even your job, that you just want to switch, change your entire life and start something new. So it's an institute to help people with all of those various transitions and to support each other. And you can visit near-deathinstitute.com in order to see everything, or if you have a story that you'd like to participate in an upcoming book. Our book for NDEs is coming out March 21st. Then you're able to do that. As for me personally, as I said, I have similar intuitive gifts or psychic gifts, but I don't do that on a regular basis. It's more if people want to reach out and we have a conversation. Sometimes I get things and sometimes I don't. So it's more, it's kind of an organic process, but yeah, that's pretty much the Near-Death Institute, and that's me.
Thank you so much, Elle. What we're going to do now is we'll take a quick 15-minute break so that everyone can do whatever you need to do. And then we'll be back in 15 minutes, and then David will speak, and then we'll have all of our speakers do a panel so you can ask your questions. So make sure that you think up your questions, and we'll see you all in about 15 minutes.
Okay. And Loretta.
Okay, hopefully everyone is back. We'll go ahead and get started with David. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Going to introduce our next speaker, David A. Williamson. For most of his life, David had been deeply affected by identity confusion, racial narratives, and racial trauma, generational trauma, rigid orientation towards ideology and personality. In 2017, David suffered a tear in his aortic valve that led to a heart attack 7 days later. It was during his heart attack that he had a profound near-death experience that forever changed how he views his life and what being a human means to him. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here as usual. So I always enjoy your events. So just happy to be here, share my story.
So glad you're here. Well, you go ahead and start telling us about your experience.
All right. I guess I'll start with my childhood. You know, I was brought up in North Carolina, a small town called Yanceyville. And there's a lot of racial tension and all that stuff. But I kind of had initially like I just played in the woods. I fished, I played with bugs, I dug holes in the ground trying to find fossils and jewels and artifacts and stuff like that. I was just deeply connected with nature. And that was where most of my attention was, but this whole racial tension stuff was always, you know, all around me. And then I started seeing the KKK marching multiple times as a child down, and I think that was when I really realized that this is a real thing. Like I saw my family enraged, and I saw the people in the streets enraged, and it deeply affected me. I absorbed everything without even really understanding what was going on, without even really being connected to it. It became the narrative that my life got kind of moved in that direction just because of the experiences and seeing the tension and the polarized views. And so that's the backdrop of my childhood, is just this racial thing and a lot of racial violent ideation even. And then I went to summer camp, and this is something that I didn't really remember until I continued to tell my story over and over and over. And then I remembered that this happened, and this was actually one of the things that pushed me down a road of kind of just being disconnected and really depressed and kind of angry about, just being here, But I went to a summer camp at age 6, and I drowned. And I put on I saw the kids in the water, and my assumption was they all had on life jackets. So my assumption was they were probably like me. They couldn't swim, but the life jackets gave them the confidence. So I put the life jacket on and I jumped in the water. And as soon as I hit the water, the life jacket came off. I went straight down, and the life jacket stayed at the top of the water. And as I'm going down, for a while, I'm just, holding my breath and hoping that I touch the bottom and can push myself up. But and then I kind of blacked out, and it was this blackness. None of this was traumatic. None of this was there was no panic. There was a moment where I realized that I probably couldn't hold my breath any longer, and then it was just this real peaceful blackness. And then I heard a voice that said, if you could touch the bottom, you could push yourself back up. And that's actually what I had been waiting for the whole time I was going down, and it just didn't seem to be happening. So my response was, I'm just going down. It doesn't seem like I'm going to touch the bottom. And as soon as I said that, I started floating back up. And as I'm floating up, again, the voice was calming. None of this was traumatic. It was all just peaceful. I started seeing the light coming through the top of the water. And then I saw a splash in the top of the water, and the rings that radiated from that splash held my attention more than me reaching up and reaching for a pole or anything, or assuming that this was them trying to save me. So I watched those rings for a while, and it just meant a lot to me, like those rings radiating from that splash, and seeing the light as well. So, and then I reached my hand into the middle of the splash, and I hit the pole that they had put into the water to pull me out. And when they pulled me out, my brother was there, because I pretty much had integrated this as like, something that might have happened, but it could just be a fake memory, you know. But then I asked my brother recently, like toward the end of last year, um, did I drown at summer camp, you know, when we were kids? And he said, yeah, I was standing right there on the pier. He said, you were under the water no less than 3 or 4 minutes. And I paused because I was like, I know at the time, because I used to hold my breath a lot under the water in the tub just to see how long I could hold it. And I never really could get, past 2 minutes. So when he said I was under the water no less than 3 or 4 minutes, I knew that I probably did pass out, and that probably was a voice, that I was talking to, in similar way that I had the near-death experience later. But so I went through life, and then after that, my father was in the military. So after that experience, we moved to Germany, and I started having these really vivid memories of being in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. I saw the explosions. I saw buildings crumbling. Heard people screaming, and there was a young girl running towards me. And it affected me deeply. I used to come home from school. I was in the first grade. We were in Hanau, Germany, and went to the American school. But I would come home from school and I would just cry in the corner. And my mother recently told me about it, and she said that she would pick me up, and my heart would be beating so hard and fast that like it scared her. Like she thought I was gonna like just she couldn't calm me down, and she said I would be screaming out, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" And I remember this, because I remember what I was seeing, and I was seeing a lot of destruction. And then I was also at that same time, and this again is after my NDE as a 6-year-old, I was seeing a timeline of the future of this country, and there was a lot of death, and that's all I really saw. I didn't see anything good, in the future. And but the death was so pervasive that, like, I was in a car with some people, and I remember this. And they were talking about the weather, the radio, the songs that were on the radio, and I could see dead bodies, human bodies, on both sides of the road. And as a child, I was deeply affected when I saw roadkill, animals on the side of the road. And I remember always wondering why nobody even acknowledged the dead animal that we passed in the road or whatever. And I could just continue talking. So this was deeply, impacting for me, because I couldn't understand why nobody spoke about it, And but that was the timeline that I saw for humanity at age 6, and it made me not really hopeful. And then I also felt like humans were going to use the nuclear bomb again. So I didn't want to participate in this life. The race stuff made me feel small and unimportant. I had a lot of ideas about this planet and how we can make things better, but I didn't feel that I would ever be heard or that my ideas would ever matter. So I really just kind of retreated. I became deeply spiritual, deeply interested in spirituality, but I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't like people. I didn't like anybody. The race stuff made me hate white people, and it made me hate black people who didn't hate white people. I mean, it was all irrational, and it was extreme. And I ignored the sickness, the illnesses that were related to me just feeling that way for so long, that were signaling to me that you needed to do something different. I didn't pay attention to that. I didn't connect how I felt with what I was experiencing with my health. So my health was declining fast, and it was very painful. But I never changed how I felt about this life. I just wanted to leave here, and I didn't want to kill myself. I wanted to act as though I was interested, I guess, by having all of these polarizing and extreme perspectives, and expressing concern, I guess, and anger, I guess, about how things were, but not really doing anything. Until I just was kind of biding my time until I left. And then I left here, because you you can only experience and feel those things for so long and ignore how it's destroying your body for so long before the body itself stops functioning. And that for me was a slow, painful process that first it was my gallbladder. I had to get that removed because I had 2 stones like the size of ping pong balls when they removed it. I saw the images. And then it was the heart attack, where my heart valve ripped on February 1st, 2017. And then 7 days later, I had a heart attack. And when it happened, I'm just leaving work thinking I'm going to be back the next day. You know, I'm saying goodbye to people. But then I step off the curb and I feel a sting in my heart, because when my heart valve ripped, I didn't feel any pain in my heart or chest. It was all in my back and shoulder, so I didn't connect the two even then. But 7 days later, I actually felt a sting in my heart, and then my breathing became labored. I get in my car. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to call 911 or just try to go home. I decided to go home. My heart is beating, kind of weird. I'm feeling this sting, and I can't really keep my breath, so I'm breathing deeply. And I get home, I'm like, okay, I'm going to eat a snack. Maybe I'm hungry, because when my gallbladder was going bad, I would get really, really sick, and if I didn't eat on a schedule. And so I kind of connected it maybe with that, like it's an extreme amount of pain. But I didn't even have a gallbladder, so I don't even know why I made those two. I connected that. But so I ate the snack, nothing changed. My heart was still beating funny, feeling a stinging. And then I called up to my son's mother, Trish, who works from home, and I told her that I needed to go to the emergency room. And on the way, I'm just breathing deeply. It felt like I was drowning. The same as when I was a child. There was no panic. It was the same kind of calmness that I felt when I was drowning as a child. And trying to keep from blacking out. I get to the emergency room. I'm speaking to the guy at the reception area, and he's trying to get me to sign papers, but my body is shutting down, and I'm not really able to, like my hands are shaking, and I'm trying to tell him like, I please get, some help because I'm having a heart attack, And but I cussed him out like really bad, but after everything was over, I came back and apologized to him because I realized that I didn't want him to feel that way. I didn't want him to feel anything, so after I cuss him out, as I'm cussing him out, the door opens and the gurney comes out, and they put me on the gurney, and I would say within 20 seconds I was out. But as I'm going out, they're turning the corner to go into the area where they're going to be trying to resuscitate me. And I see the doors, and I look at them, and then I kind of roll over to my left side. And the last thought that I have is, this is going to be some beautiful sleep. And then I went to sleep. I passed out. And initially, everywhere there was a person, I could still kind of see energy, like dots of light, like pixelated dots of light, almost like a nighttime sky, like stars in a dark sky. And I knew that that's where people were. And but I experienced that for just a short period of time, and then I was out of my body, looking down at them, preparing me to try to resuscitate me. And I watched all of that, and I understood pretty immediately that my body wasn't working. I was dead, and I wasn't in it. And I was looking at it, and I knew all of it. I understood it instantly. And one of the first thoughts that I had was I had a lot of human thoughts while I was in the emergency room that left me when I left the emergency room. But one of the first thoughts I had was, this is how it happens. And then I was looking at my body. I really never looked at my face, kind of like what Dennis said. I didn't have any reason that I didn't look at my face other than I didn't look at my face. And it could have also been that there were a lot of people standing around me doing the resuscitation. They could have just covered my face. I don't know. But I looked down at my body and I watched it for a while. And there were some thoughts that came. The first one was, you used to be there. He's dead. His body, his mind, and his ego is dead. And and I asked, well, what's left? And the words kind of just flooded in all at the same time. And it was just light, energy, awareness, soul, spirit, consciousness. And I understood. And the next phrase I heard was, you killed yourself with your personality. And I knew immediately what that meant. And because I've been angry, depressed, hateful my whole life. And I was experiencing my body deteriorate as a result of feeling that way for so long. But I didn't know any other way to feel. Like I didn't have the range to feel anything else because my story and the narratives that I allowed to inform how I operated here were very polarizing and pretty you know, just volatile, narratives. So I didn't know any other way to be here. So it was all just negative emotion. And so I understood that. And so I watched there for a while, and then there was a woman in the back of the room who was holding her face with both of her hands that really, really grabbed my attention. She looked like my aunt. She had a kind of a old wig on and was kind of like something my aunt would throw on if she had to entertain guests unexpectedly, and I felt connected to her. And she was sad that I was dying, and it bothered me. And I wanted her to know that everything I was experiencing was beautiful. And I was trying to figure out how to communicate that to her, even though I was outside of my body. And I couldn't. She couldn't hear me. She couldn't see me. And but she was still kind of lamenting, that I was that from what she was seeing of my body going through. But I didn't even look at my body. I wasn't concerned with my body. I was concerned with her, and I was also concerned with one of the guys, the technicians that was holding the defibrillator pads. He was feeling responsible for my life, and I didn't want him to feel that way. So I felt bad about that. I felt bad that he was feeling responsible for my life, and really not wanting me to die. And so I kind of watched him, and I watched her, and then I casually kind of just looked up, and then I was gone. I knew I was out of Earth. I knew I was in space, but initially I was in this blackness, the void is what people refer to it as. It's I felt one with it. It felt like love. It was felt like everything was there. All possibility was there. I could see images faintly kind of come and go, faces, sometimes things, places, but I couldn't, anything that I focused on the way before I could focus on it for too long. And, but I felt just one with everything there. And it felt like everybody was there as well. Like everybody was there. And then I came out of it and I was looking down into it and I could feel that same connection to it. It responded to my thoughts. Any thought that I had, it finished it. I felt the satisfaction. If there was a question, I felt the answer inside of me before the question even fully formed. If it was an idea of maybe missing somebody, I felt oneness. I felt connected to that person before I could even articulate fully that I missed them or I felt one with everything outside of the void, looking into it. And then looking around, I felt one with everything. Everything felt like, what we call love, but it's not like it's love. It's different. It's tangible. It felt like everything there was comprised of this, and it was what I was. It was how I felt. It was everything. It felt tangible. It felt like electricity, and I just was amazed by everything. It was like a child. I looked at the black hole for a long time, and I noticed a star forming region, like a nebula, like Elle mentioned, and that amazed me. And I stared at it for a while. I noticed that everything, kind of like what Dennis talked about, everything that I looked at, I said pretty much and then I moved to it, and I understood it, and most of the time I moved past it, and then I had to turn my attention back around to it, and then I understood it and the gap that I covered when I moved to it. It was like I was expanding. It was like I was becoming one with the space that I covered as I looked at things and moved through space. The star forming region was amazing. It had the cotton candy colors, the blue, the pink, and the white clouds all around it, and I could see the faint lights inside of it and I just knew that they were baby stars, or and I didn't go into the star forming region the way that I kind of moved into everything else. I kind of stopped in the cloud and just looked at the stars that were forming, and I never really bothered it. It seemed like a place where I wasn't supposed to just barge into, even with my curiosity being as heightened as it was. I just kind of stared at it, and I saw the light that people speak about. It was up and to the right of me, and it was very far away from me, and but it still had a pull that felt almost like a gravitational pull. The light looked like a star. Um, it looked like a big star, and I I I understood I understood intuitively that going there would just be another experience, and not in a negative way, but in a way that was a created experience, an experience that I would be hopping into versus me being able to travel space and have my own experience. So I kind of just wanted to travel. So I kept looking out, even though I was aware of the light, and when I didn't move, it kind of pulled me towards it. But I wanted to move, so I just kept looking at moving, and I saw this big red rock kind of floating by. When I think about these things that I saw in terms of what's out there in space, they look like and they feel like they were actual places in space. This rock appeared to be an asteroid. It had like a belt around half of it. I've looked up asteroids to see if there's one similar, and the Bennu asteroid looks very similar. It has this belt around half of it. I also got drawn to Sagittarius A, the black hole that's in the center of this galaxy, and it seemed as though that may have been what I emerged from. When I looked from the light back down into the emergency room, exactly like Elle said, my attention moved through me, and me, I was an orb of light, and I couldn't really determine the size of the orb that I was in relationship to other things that were in space. But I could have been a star, could have just been a small orb of light. I don't know. But in the vastness of space, I felt very small, but I didn't feel anxiety about being out in the vastness of space. I felt one with it, and I felt that the more that I moved, I would be more and more one with it. So I just wanted to move. I've always had a connection since childhood to space, so that may have influenced some of this experience. But when I looked back into the room, I kept looking back into the emergency room and seeing the woman holding her face. And the last time that I did that, I was resuscitated. And I remember the first thought that I had was like, damn, they woke me up. But the first thing that I blurted out was, are you okay? And I was looking for the woman, and I was also looking up at the man who was holding the defibrillator pads. And I wanted to know if they were okay, because I asked him if he was okay, and he cut me off. And he was like, "No, are you okay?" And then somebody from the right, they said, "You didn't feel that." And I was going to say, "Feel what?" But I looked down and I saw a gel pad, a square gel pad with defibrillator indention, like with indentions in it, the size of the defibrillator pads, and I realized, oh, I did just die. That is what just happened. I left here. I wasn't here. I died. And that was when it was just confirmation in my mind, in my human mind, that had happened. But I remembered it all. When I left, it was all seamless. My awareness never stopped as I was dying, and my awareness never stopped when I was in space. It never stopped when I returned to the body. It was a seamless transition each time. I woke up immediately clear, and then I was very tired. And there was a face of a person that I saw when I laid back, and it was a young white man with a scraggly beard. He looked like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. And he had really wild eyes, and he looked at me like, and he said, "What did you see?" And I did remember everything that I saw, but the only thing that I've had the energy to say to him was, and I did it with the exact same intensity that he asked the question with. I just looked at him and I said, "Blackness." And I laughed inside of myself, because I know it was a whole lot more complicated than that. But that's all the energy that I had to say. And but I don't even know if that person was a real person. Like, he didn't even feel like he was in the right situation. Like, his face was like this close to my face, and I was laying down. So I'm like, well, why would he be, bent over so far and so close to my face? And was so aware of the fact that I saw something. Like, he knew that I saw something, and he just like, "What did you see?" And I felt, obliged to say something, but I didn't have the energy to say much. But coming back, I was depressed. I was always depressed, but coming back, I was more depressed than I'd ever been, because I knew that there was a better place, and I wanted to kind of be there. And so it was the idea of coming back and hopping back into the rat race and doing this human thing. It just, I couldn't even figure out how I could do that. Like, I didn't, like Elle said, everything was stupid. All of it was stupid to me. Like, everything I had been participating in for 40 years, it was all stupid to me. Um, the things that I had centered in my life that I thought was important, they weren't important to me anymore. And any response that I had to those things, I realized that it was just out of habit. My nervous system wasn't attached to it. I wasn't triggered. It was just, these were habitual ways that I responded to these triggers or these outside stimuli, and I don't have the attachment to it anymore. So as I kept noticing that, I just stopped reacting to stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that anymore. It doesn't make sense. I don't feel anything. And then something else would happen. I was like, and I would respond. I'm like, well, what am I doing? Like, I don't feel anything. Like, so I kind of just cleaned up a lot of my behavior and kind of like reflexive reactions to triggers in this life, and realized that I wasn't even attached to my identity. I wasn't attached to ideology. I wasn't attached to any of the ideas that I had centered in the first 40 years of being here. And I realized after a few years, that I had spent so much time inside of my head and thinking I knew everything and being told I was a genius and all this other stuff, that I really didn't care about other people's perspectives. So I've learned now that this next 40 years of my life, at the very least 40, is going to be about learning. It's going to be about listening to people. It's going to be about hearing other perspectives and opening up mine even further than my experience did. Because I spent too much time without knowing, but feeling so much about this human experience, assuming so much about things that I didn't know. I mean, I lived in a town of 3,000 people. How many white people had I seen? You know, not enough to make conclusions about the entire planet of whiteness. So all of my perspectives and all of the ways that I thought about things, it just became, silly to me, and I laughed at it. And I think that that's the beautiful part of my experience now, is that as seriously as I took myself, and as serious as I took all of these ideas and the things that happen to human beings on this planet, now I view this experience as just a perfect mess. It's just perfect. And really what messes it up is not demons and God abandoning us or anything. It's just us. We are messy. We don't know how to behave. And until we learn how to behave, we're going to continue to experience or see around us some of the stuff that we don't think should be here, but it is here because it's in us. And until we start functioning here at a higher state, at a higher vibration, and stop centering the narratives and the stories that reinforce the separateness, that reinforce the division, the behavior. I mean, those are violent. The narratives that I centered at the end of the day are all violent narratives, because if any narrative that creates a they or an other ultimately is going to have an agenda on how you handle they and others, and that's ultimately ends with violence. And that's what we see around the world oftentimes, and we've seen throughout history, is theys and others having to be handled a certain way because God says so. But if there are no theys and others and we all are God's children, then there's always a better way of handling these things, and that's kind of, for me, being more informed about the other side or the other person's perspective is what humanizes them, and what makes me see myself in them, and what makes me care about the things that they care about in a way that where I can balance my desires or whatever I want out of this situation with what it is that they deserve out of the situation as well. And just humanize everybody and just make decisions that make sense for everybody. And we don't have to hurt anybody. And the people who are the most vulnerable, we just have to create systems that really, really support them. And I think that these are things that we have at our disposal, to reduce what we've come to accept as like ambient suffering. We accept some of this stuff when we have the means to kind of reduce a lot of it, And I don't know if it's ideology, like so when you view yourself as saved or different or set aside, sometimes our responsibility becomes limited to those who are saved or special or set aside as well, and the circle doesn't grow, But for me, my experience went from having a very tribal orientation that allowed me to only see and experience love within a very limited framework, to me now seeing it as just as a given. Everybody is the same. Everything, we all here, we're all orbs of light, and it is a collective game. It's a collective event here, and we got to figure it out. Like, we have to figure it out. And we're not waiting on someone to come to help us to tell us how to figure it out. Like, we have to figure it out. But there are some beautiful aspects of this experience that Elle and Dennis both mentioned that make the figuring out. They figuring it out is going to happen, because it is a collective experience, and then we've been having it for so long, and we've been returning and leaving and coming back, having this experience over and over and over. And instead of learning from these experiences and these cycles, we've kind of concretized it in religion and made it and have looked at it as almost though this is how it happens. So at the end of every cycle, this has to happen. Apocalypses and this, that, and the other. And we don't have to agree to any of this. We are the co-creators of this experience collectively. And whatever we agree to is what happens. The same way that we create our experience with our attention in this life, we create our afterlife. We create, and collectively we can create something different, especially with the knowledge of what the religions have concretized for us in their books and in their stories. They've told us what we've done here before. They told us where we've messed up before, and we have that. Hindsight's 2020. But instead of looking at that as cautionary tales, as Elle spoke of as well, we look at it as if it's the script that we have to read in this life, and it's not. And so for me, coming back and being totally detached from all of the ideology and identity stuff, I realized that I was reading a script, and then reading scripts is not what we come here to do. We came here to create. And if we are in these bodies and they function a certain way, creation should occur in a way that optimizes how this body works. And if trauma and violence and war distorts this body's ability to experience this place in this realm in a clear way, then we should collectively be about the business of reducing trauma for everybody here. And that's not hard to do. We have the resources to do this.
That's awesome. You mentioned that a voice told you that you killed yourself. Did you say that? Do you remember?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, will you talk more about that? Because that's actually something that a lot of people don't talk about is that, and how we think of suicide in a traditional way, but in many ways, our thoughts and behavior and everything, we are slowly killing ourselves. So talk more about that, because that's really fascinating, I think.
Yeah, I think and I used to look at a lot of this stuff as just woo woo or whatever, but my experience when I was out of my body and I was in space, all I appeared to be was attention. And everything that I put my attention on, I could go towards it, learn it, be one with it, understand it fully. And when I came back here, I realized that that's the case here inside of this body. I put my attention on a lot of negative stuff. I put my attention in this life on a lot of negative stuff, and I amplified that energy inside of myself. I didn't do anything. I had no habits to direct that energy towards something external that could have perhaps generated some uh, positive chemicals inside of my body, like of accomplishing something, some dopamine release or something. I never did anything. I just stayed on the sidelines, throwing rocks and hating everything. So just not functioning here in a way that is optimal for the machine that I'm inside of. I killed myself because this machine functions a certain way, and when you understand that, you won't put it through things that it doesn't necessarily need to be through, and feeling and emoting without ever understanding or without ever doing anything about what you're feeling and having emotions, strong emotions about, is a sure way to burn this machine out. Because just as Dennis said, I mean, I read even after my NDE that this nervous system is designed to feel an emotion for 30 to 90 seconds. And then you're supposed to move on to the next thing. But I kept emotions inside of me for 30 years plus, you know. So the part of your body where that emotion originates from gets burnt out. And I did that to my digestive system. I did that to my circulatory system. I did that to my nervous system, and my body broke down. And so when I say I did it to myself, it was by being blinded by all of these filters that we have an option to pay attention to or not. I had the option to pay attention to the race narratives. I had the option to pay attention to a lot of the things that I centered, the war, the negativity, the nuclear, the possibility of nuclear holocaust. That stayed on my mind. I even had ideation about how we could improve nuclear power. As a teenager, I was researching thorium and understood that was a better alternative, or to uranium, because it was less volatile. Like the things that I experienced as a child during my NDE made me sensitive to them. I was sensitive. I had ideation about black holes, and I know I'm kind of deviating from the point, but the ultimate point that about what you're making, about your question, is that attention is what created all of it. Attention is it killed me. My attention killed me because my attention was on a whole lot of negatively charged things, and I never did anything to get that energy out of me. So it just festered in me until organs started just stop functioning properly, breaking down. So.
Thank you for sharing with us, David, a dynamic experience. Katie has a question, and it's actually the same question that I wanted to ask. Depression after a near-death experience is very common, as we know. How did you integrate the NDE? How did you move on from depression? How did you handle that transition to processing it in a constructive way?
The first thing was sharing it, just talking about it, because for years I didn't, and I was just trying to kind of understand it within myself, the way that I had been living for the first 40 years and killed myself. So, it wasn't going to work. So I actually started talking to people and sharing it with people, and realized that this is not as uncommon as I perhaps thought it was, and that other people had experienced it. I had all these books, and I even have some about near-death experiences I never really paid attention to. So I didn't even call what happened to me a near-death experience until someone said it, and I was like, oh. And then I started reading up on it and looking at other experiences, and I was like, oh, this is the thing. This is what happened to me. And so a lot of it was my integration, and the grounding of it was first just spending time with myself for years, questioning my own sanity, questioning what happened, trying to just make sense of it, like trying to look at things symbolically and analogically versus just all logic and headiness and I was able to do that. And a lot of it came with the help of a person that I met while I was sharing my experience on the app Clubhouse, named Zach, and who I'm working on a podcast with. And he and I, we often share these experiences, and and in sharing, the more I shared, the more I remembered. The more I remembered the I remembered not just this life, things in this life. I remembered previous lives more clearly. Um, and I remembered that there are relationships that I have in this life that are from previous lives as well. I remember that I have been the same type of person multiple times in my life. Um, I've served in capacities under people who were more volatile and violent towards humanity, and I served under them loyally. And then I served under people who had a more compassionate orientation, and I served under them loyally. And I had compassion for both orientations. So my experience in this life gave me that same orientation, compassion from both sides, because I understand disparity. I understand racial terrorism. I understand the anger and the hate that goes along with it. But I understand that if you don't do anything with that anger and hate, you're just killing yourself, you know, and that's it. So the only critique I would have of my experience that would turn it into a different kind of story versus a cautionary tale is that when I started feeling all of those things, I should have just paid attention. I should have paid attention to it, and I should have did something else with it instead of just feeling. So for me, and that's the thing when I speak to people now, and people ask me about what do you think about activism and trying to do things that are the right way, or bring attention to doing things the right way. I said, well, let's bring attention to doing things the right way. I said, but in the mission statement of most organizations, philanthropic organizations, is that they're bringing attention to problems, and they're not bringing attention to doing things the right way. They're not putting financing. They're not financing anything brick and mortar that is going to directly address the issue that they are bringing attention to. They're just bringing more attention to it. So now we have a whole marketing campaign centered around a problem instead of solutions that could fix the problem. And they act as though they're doing something. And I just don't have that orientation anymore. My orientation is if you exist in a state that you know that you want to get out of, that your thoughts should be on you already being out of that state, not just pondering the things that keep you in that state. It's exactly what Dennis spoke about. And I'm going to steal some of his colored crayons and use them, you know, because, because the reality of it is that, and I did these things intuitively without even realizing that I used to hold on to memories of my childhood in my most miserable times just to have the brief experience of happiness and levity, even though I didn't really allow myself to stay there, you know. But I used that. I used my memories from childhood of being in the woods as a kid and being carefree to kind of just make me remember that I felt this way. I felt happiness. I felt levity, and it helped. It helped me, and it continues to help me. So, thank you for that nugget. You know, you know.
Thank you, David. Why don't you all come up and we'll go ahead and let everyone, we will answer some more questions. But what I would like to ask first, and you all touched on it, but our theme was the unity and oneness of near-death experiences. And given the topic and this Black History Month, and Elle, you mentioned a little bit about gender. If you could all maybe answer, what that was like to go from this individual identity to being part of all of it and the oneness. So whoever would like to go first, that would be awesome to hear a little more about that.
I will go first because I am a woman, and women are the rulers.
That's right,
Oh.
Gail, that's right.
Well,
I-
Mother Earth is part of Mother Earth is the mother of all.
So what it was like was, I don't know if you have any, if anyone has any childhood memories back to when they were, let's say you were a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, a toddler. You didn't really have any concept of your gender. You just kind of existed, and you knew that you were a person. So, and you knew that you had a mother, and you had a father, and you just knew the people around you were interested in you. You didn't even know the concept of love then. When you're in the spiritual realm, it's kind of similar, where you still don't understand the depth of love and everything that you're experiencing. You just know that you're experiencing it, kind of like a child. You essentially become like a child again, and you are just in wonderment. I heard both the other guys talk about, their experiences where they were just in awe, of just what was going on, and experiencing a different type of life, and experiencing consciousness, and being able to think and be somewhere right then and there. Being able to, one of the things that I experienced was seeing different timelines of various outcomes of things that would happen in the world, and seeing one outcome just change based on a decision or a choice or something that's said, and realizing we're pretty much living it's the spiritual realm is kind of like time zones. You have all the time zones operating at one time, all leading to the future, which is tomorrow, but you know, they're all in different areas. They're all in, stacked in different ways, but it's still all together. And depending on whether you get on a flight and go to, say, for example, to Hawaii, I'll be backwards, I'll be, in the past in time, or I'll be in a different time zone. So on a different trajectory, basically. So that's kind of like what our trajectories and time and connection with everything is like. And it, sometimes we disconnect from the from other people and the world now, because other people are vibrating on the ego and vibrating on the low vibrational things. But when all of that is removed, and you could see how we're actually interconnected, and our energy is interconnected, it's more like a love fest of one, because we're all one together.
Beautiful. Well said. Dennis, what would you like to add to that?
Well, one thing I want to say first, I want to get one thing clear with Elle, and it's that I don't hate marijuana. It's just that I took too much in a cake, and I did not know how much was put in it, and that's why. So I just want to get it clear. I think marijuana is great. It's very good for the health, and it's very healing. But of course, taken in the right quantity.
Mhm.
But other than that, yeah, I just wanted to, just that she knows. But the other thing is, I want to say that when I had my experience, I held it for years. I didn't want to tell anybody, because I thought, they were going to think I'm crazy or whatever. And in the Black community, for sure, I was like, no, I'm not going to tell them about this. They're really going to think, I'm cuckoo. So, but then it came to a point in my life where I said, you know, I got to be me. I said, if this happened to me, if people think I'm not a nice person because some of the things my downloads about religion was not what they read about exactly, I have to be me. And I said, and if they don't like me, that's their choice. Or they think I'm crazy. I know I'm not. But if they think so, that's their choice. But I came out and I didn't really care about what they would think, but I came out because the information I felt could help a lot of people at this particular point in time. And so when I came out, I didn't care about my music career anymore. I didn't care about what they would think about me, whether they're going to hire me to perform anymore, or a bunch of things I cut out. And as far as the Black community, I think a lot of Black people have this experience, but they're too afraid to come out and tell about it. I think this experience is just universal. It's not about your color. I think it happens to everybody in different races, different cultures. I think it happens everywhere. But in the Black culture, I feel that we're very scared to come out with it, and maybe a little bit more afraid than other cultures. I don't know, but that's what I feel. But it came to a point for me that I said, I got to be me, and I said I got to tell what happened to me, and that's it. And basically, I mean, here's another thing that had came to me in my downloads was that you can't get this life wrong. And the only thing is, you can be more conscious while you're in this life or not, but you cannot get it wrong, because on the other side, we're like superheroes. When we came to play, and this life is a game that's created, the earth is a soul, and the souls come here to experience. So you cannot get it wrong, because we're heroes. We left the security of love always. We left the security of power, true power to do whatever, create whatever we wanted, to come down here to experience. So from birth, you are a hero. You're not a sinner. Babies are not sinners. They did nothing wrong. That's all religious. So that's the thing, that's one of my downloads I got. I got a lot of downloads that was totally opposite of what I believed at first, before I had my experience. But that was one of them, that you can't get it wrong, but you can be more conscious in this life or not. And that's where I think we all are. And yeah, it was so great to hear your testimonies, Elle and David. It was really wonderful to hear, also from a Black person's perspective, because I don't get a chance to hear that very often. Okay. And it's nothing against white or Chinese or whatever, but from a Black person's perspective, I do not get a chance to hear that often. And when I hear it, I just love it so much, because it resonates with me so strongly. And that you came out, and that to let Black people know, yes, this is happening, and yes, it's okay. Come out and tell the truth of what happened to you. Yes, because your testimony, your light, is going to affect everybody, because we're all one, like Elle said. We're all one. And so what I got also in my download, whatever you think and whatever you say is a 24-hour prayer to the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So your words have power. You know, they did a Japanese experiment with rice. One day, for a month, a person said, "I hate in a bowl, 2 bowls of rice." One person said, "I hate this. I hate this rice. I hate you. I hate you. You're not good for my health. I hate you. I hate you." And to another bowl, he said, "I love you. I love you. You're great." And at the end of the month, the one that said, "I hate you," the rice had turned black, unedible. The one that he said, "I love you," was still edible after 1 month. The color was white. Everything was perfect. So that's showing us that your words have true power. So even if you're eating the most healthy food or the unhealthy food, you should bless your food. Tell your food, "I love you, food. I thank you. I love you." Because that is actually changing the matter in the food. And that's why the ancients Many, all these ancient cultures, they always say a ceremony over the food. Yes, that's right. That prayer, say your dinner prayers at the table. Oh, that's important. More than you know.
Yep.
And that's what I wanted to say about that, is that it gives me a great pleasure to see our Black people coming out to say their experience, because I don't see a lot of it in the community. And to show people, first thing, there ain't no death. Second thing, we are powerful beings. We are super, super powerful. And to help us at this particular time to navigate in this transition is what we're experiencing. Yeah. So that's all I have to say.
Well
That
said.
was
Thank
so
you.
beautiful. That was so, everything you said, Dennis, my head has been bobbing up and down. We're gonna give David an opportunity to share, but oh my goodness, I would love to hear you all's responses to some of the things that he said. I loved it. I loved it.
David, would you
Yeah,
like to
I can.
add?
I'm feel compelled to go 1,000 different places. One thing I want to say though, because I don't think I mentioned it, is that after my recent near-death experience, I see a different timeline, but it's all on us. We have to behave. If we behave, this timeline is inevitable. But I see it as if it's happened already. So in my mind, that's the only timeline that I'm interested in participating in. So when I see people's attention focused on a lot of negativity, is like, I'm not creating with those ideas. Those ideas are not a part of the reality that I see for us and where we're headed. And will there be bumps in the road? Perhaps. But I see the end, and that's where my attention is, and that makes me happy. It makes me hopeful. But Shaun, could you reiterate the question?
Well, you already did kind of answer it when you were talking earlier, but I wanted to, because our topic is the unity and oneness of near-death experiences. And so, yeah, I wanted you, if you could expand more on what that was like to go from this individual character. I think you've even said before, this David, this
Yeah,
Black guy, that to then to be part of it all, that is.
yeah.
And what was that like?
For me, it has been um internally, it's just opening myself to a broader range of expression, um, emotion, um, without even having access to some of the emotions that I felt before. Like I don't have the ability to make stories up about reality if I'm experiencing reality. Like I can't say a boogeyman did it if I was there and I saw what happened. I'm just going to figure out what actually happened. If there's missing pieces, I'm just going to figure it out. And if I can't figure it out, my attention doesn't have to stay there. I'm just going to move my attention somewhere else. So I don't have the capacity to move forward with conclusions about ambiguous data. Um, so I just have to understand. So that puts me in a different posture, a posture of understanding others' opinions and perspectives more so than having a bunch of conclusions inside of me, a bunch of information inside of me. So I've dumped out a lot of the data that's inside of me, and I just have space to receive from others and figure it out. Like I can integrate other people's ideas because I don't have a whole lot of ideas inside of me that I value. It just comes and it goes. I'm not holding on to any of it. And so when I hear other people speak and I feel their pain or I feel their confusion, I can feel myself with it. I've had it before. I understand it. But now my nervous system isn't triggered, so I can actually think through it with them, with a bit more clarity, versus being connected in any way to the story that's being told. Because I'm not. My nervous system isn't going to respond to that stuff anymore. Not in that way.
So, this is for everyone, another one. So many people are afraid of judgment and hell. and you got, I think everybody talked a little bit about hell already, but maybe if each of you could elaborate on judgment. Is there a judgment? Is it self-judgment? And a little on hell, because as you all know, a lot of religions preach, this judgment and hell. So maybe you could all expand on with what your experience was with all of that.
I didn't experience judgment. If it was any judgment, it would have been me looking at myself and seeing, when I had in my review, it was seeing the judgment might have been, you could have done that better. Oh, you could have handled that better. But it wasn't like anything that was dooming or extreme. And it was very brief. I could say my life review might have been 4 seconds, but it was intense feelings and the information that I got from it. And but all of it was just correction. It wasn't really judgment. It was just, you should have did this better, or you could have did this better. It wasn't judgment. And it was all from me. There was no external character saying, you could have did this, you should have did this, you did this wrong. None of that existed. It was all just some thoughts that ran through my awareness for about 4 seconds about how, I could have been a bit more graceful here,
For me, it was similar with my life review. And what I learned was that we judge ourselves, but God doesn't really judge us. God's intention, or source energy's intention, is to correct us or help us to correct ourselves, help us to autocorrect. And so we might, judge ourselves when we feel shame about something, but God feels like, oh, I'm just happy. I'm so happy that you saw that, moving right along. And that's really what's going on. In my Akashic records and review, I was shown by my guide, and this was, before I had my NDE in the church that I was going to. You know how you have those topics or belief systems that you just kind of put on the shelf, that you're neither, you don't really, it's so debatable that you just would rather just not really deal with it, but it's always a question. So in my life review, God showed me this gay man, okay, and said to me, this gay man is doing more than you're doing in order to help with various different things, because he was helping children. And in one of the questions that I'd always had was, do people who are gay go to a terrible place just because they're gay? It's like I couldn't rectify that in my soul, but I'm being taught that. So, what's the answer? So I was taught that, well, of course, there's not even an actual heaven and an actual hell place, but also that no, gay people don't go to this low vibrational place just because that's their expression, because it's about love and intention is what things are about. And so and after my NDE, when I was in the hospital learning how to walk again and things like that or whatever, I ended up meeting that person who I saw in my NDE. And that person came to me and said, I'm starting a nonprofit to help kids with learn life discipline skills through dance. Could you be on, when you're better, could you be on my board? And I couldn't even, at that point, I wasn't talking about my NDE, so I couldn't even tell him, oh, I saw you in my NDE, because I'd feel like you'd think I was crazy. But to answer, to answer your question, we judge ourselves.
Beautifully said.
Okay. Well, I didn't experience a life review, but I did get a download about it. And that was that it's not a judgment. I get often a lot of it's, for me, the life review is, God is not going to judge you, but it's the closest thing if you, because you're gonna feel what you did in this life, but you're also gonna feel it from the perspective of the other person. Because I had a person say, well, what about Hitler? You know, blah, blah, blah. You know, God's gonna love Hitler just as much as he's gonna love me. Is that fair? And all this. And I said, well, God loves everybody, no matter what. But the thing is that Hitler will have to go through a life review. And when Hitler goes through his life review, he's also going to feel the millions of people that died and suffered under his actions. And that's not going to be a good feeling. But that will not be forever, because on the other side, we're moving at a higher vibration. So everything is actually faster. Even though, I mean, when I died, I felt everything is just moving okay. I'm okay. It was just my thought was instant. Whatever I thought, it happened instantly. But I felt like it's the same here, but actually it's not. Um, on the other side, it's much faster. If you think of a propeller of a plane, if you look at a propeller of a plane, it's going so fast that it looks like it's disappeared. But if you put your finger in the propeller of a plane, you're going to know it's there. And it's the same thing with souls. They're vibrating on such a high level that to us over here, it looks like they totally disappeared. They're not there. But believe me, they are there. And they hear everything we're saying, thinking, if they choose to. So, and the other thing, yeah, about a judgment on the other side, the only person, like David said, and I think Elle said something about it too, was that we're the only ones that's going to judge us to say, hey, we could have did that better. We could have showed more love there, or we could have been nicer there. But that's us. God, as far as God's concerned, God is not there to judge us. It might be angels, guides there at your life review, but they're not there to judge you. Okay, it is actually just a review, because we all are made out of one thing, love. So that's it. But then again, like I said, this is a game. Okay, we came down here to play the game, and like I said, it's nice when we can know the rules kind of the game, and the winner of the rules is love. Love is the power of this game. But we can be thrown off by all kinds of distractions, by our choices of what we focus on. I mean, like David was saying, focus what you think and what you say. That's so important. That's why I talk about vibrations, low and high vibrations, because your emotions are telling you if you're on low vibrations or high vibrations. So you can't say, well, I don't know what vibration I'm on. It's more, how do you feel? Because that's going to tell you whether you're on high or low vibrations. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you so much. This is, I love this conversation. Love this conversation. One of the people, Brian, actually, in the chat was talking about that he's hearing about 5D, 5D, 5D. When is this 5D coming? How does it look? Are some people already in the fifth dimension? So if y'all can just give your thoughts about being in the fifth dimension and what does that mean?
Well, I can tell you what I got in my downloads about 5D, and that was 5D is going to be a place of no killing of plants, animals, or people. There'll be no war, only love, only peace, no judgment of any kind. There'll be total telepathy. We'll be able to create with our minds. We'll have about 60 to 70% of our soul power from the other side in 5D dimension. We'll be able to leave 5D and go to the other side and come back and still be alive. Our bodies will be kind of close to some kind of crystal. It'll be more crystal involved in our bodies. If you check the Schumann resonance, normally it's at 7.83, which is the same frequency of the human brain. If you Google the Schumann resonance, you're going to find that it's peaking to 300 and plus. And what that's doing is changing our DNA. It's having an effect on our DNA. But it's for the good, because the earth is kind of trying to prepare our bodies for that fifth dimension, but not everybody's going to jump on that timeline. Okay. And the timeline, how you get on certain timelines is your choice of vibration. What you choose in vibration, whether you choose low vibration or high vibration, whether you choose fear or love, you know. So this is going to determine the timeline. My dead mother warned me about timelines, about a situation, and that all it took is if I had to have an argument with that person, would have put me on a whole different timeline. And here's the other thing I want to say, because I'm getting about my downloads. We change timelines. Everybody in this panel, we change timelines every 3 minutes, whether we know it or not. So timeline's not this big thing like everybody thinks, oh, a timeline. No, it's a common thing that we do all the time. We change our timelines every 3 minutes. There's a timeline that exists that none of you are here on this panel. You went to the store. Now that's out there somewhere in the space. That's out there. But we're focused on this timeline right now. So I just wanted to say that. That's it.
Bill or David, did you all have any thoughts on fifth dimension, the timeline?
Well, I already mentioned a lot about the timelines. Just briefly what Dennis was saying in regards to timeline shifting, that gives us a lot of hope. And one of the reasons why, if you are out there on the internet or on social media, you'll see a lot of psychics and mediums, whatever, talking about the fact that it's hard to predict a lot of things right now. And part of the reason is because the timelines are shifting that around so much, where, you know, one thing you can ask for information from your guides or the universe about one thing, and it's one way, and then it'll shift to something else because we're in the this period of this 5 to 7 year period of so much happening that, you know, it's a crapshoot as to where we go. And because it takes a collective, everyone feeling that sense of this is nonsense, we need to do better in order for us to collectively, you know, go to that more energetic place. What I've learned about the 5D, the fifth dimension, is that the fifth dimension is already here, but we have to absorb into that fifth dimension by our own. So it's already in an existing dimension that we can't see and we can't experience. So we have to lose the layers of self that allow us to be able to step into that and experience that. And it's interesting whenever people are talking about this, there are things that are written in spiritual texts that talk about these same things, but then when we talk about it, it sounds like it's like woo-woo taboo type of thing, but it's actually stuff that's already written where, you know, that the ancients have given us all this information, but it was, I guess people haven't really believed that it's, you know, actually in existence. So we're in a really special time. We're officially in the age of Aquarius, and we're in a time period where everything's going to be created and destroyed rapidly, quickly. And we can, if we lose the layers that we need to, or the things that we need to, we can step into that energy and ride that wave, and experience that transition like we're supposed to, because ultimately God wants us to be joyful and happy. And part of that is experience, you know, like a child.
Can I say something? I 100% agree with you, Elle. And I wanted to say something you said, happened with me and a client, and that was they wanted to, because at one point I was able to tell a waitress a future, okay, and they were asking me, well, tell me my future, and I was trying to explain to them that you are creating your future with the vibrations you are choosing. And the other thing was that the planet, I tried to explain to him that the planet is changing, raising in vibration so much, so fast, that it's not easy to predict your future, because it's not stable anymore. It's changing, it's rising all the time. And that's what you were saying, El, and that's why I said, I can only tell you what you can do if you're on high vibrations, what those high vibrations do for your job, for your partner, or your existence, on how to deal with what's happening on the earth now. But as far as future predictions, unless I get a flash or something like that, I can't tell you exactly word for word what's going to happen, because things were not like that when I did the waitress, which was many years before. It's not the same anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I wanted to just say, because El, you said that, and that was it just triggered a situation that happened to me, and that was right on. Yeah.
Yeah, I always tell people now, if I'm like, if I get an upload about something or prediction, I
Mhm.
tell people this is, right now, this is most likely to happen, because most likely
Mhm.
means there's a possibility it might not. And so,
Yeah, and because I always say this is your time signature right now, but it's no guarantee that that's going to change. That could change in the next 2 weeks, because everything is changing. Exactly, exactly.
What about you, David? Did you have any thoughts on that?
Well, the kind of the way that I mean, I've experienced timelines, and I've heard a lot of different perspectives and experiences with it. But dimensional stuff is interesting to me. And I think for me it's simply understanding that my attention for a big portion of my life was just in my body. Then I started learning ideas. Well, it was in my body. Then my body would tell you, your body suggests something to you and you do it. Like you're hungry, your body tells you you're hungry, you go do it. As I got older and those ideas, I got other ideas introduced in. Hunger became, I want Doritos and Dr. Pepper. You know, those are things that I like. You know, and so it's like it goes from body responding to reality to body responding to reality being filtered through ideas and ideology to us pretty much navigating ideology and not even really experiencing or integrating it all in any way with reality. And when I left my body, I saw it all. I saw the body. I saw the ideas that the body generates and informs the mind on how to behave in a very organic, natural way. I saw what we can do with that after we have a bunch of inorganic ideas put inside of us, and how it changes what the body's original suggestion is. And then I saw what happens when you totally remove the body's information or suggestions from the equation, and now you're just dealing with abstract ideas, and it was just interesting, you know. And but the fourth perspective in seeing that is where, for me, dimensional travel became possible. If you think you are a body, mind, or an ego, those things don't travel through dimensions, you know. Um, it's the awareness that does. And um, so for me, even starting to solve problems, like from that perspective, you have access. It's like the rings that I saw when I was a child. In the body, I have access to information that comes from the body, and that comes from the ideas that I've been exposed to. All right, from that next ring, I have access to a different layer of information from that next ring. So now that I'm at this other ring that's on the outside of all of this, I have access to information that comes from another ring higher. you know. And now by not allowing ideas, by filtering it back all the way to the body into reality, all of these ideas become things that I can use and that other people can use. If other people can't use them, then they're not useful ideas for me, you know, because at this point in my life, there are no days and others. And if there's something that's of value that I pull from a ring above, um, it has to fit this reality and scale up and down and relate to everybody in it. Otherwise, it's a centric idea that could eventually become violent. And those are the ideas that I no longer have any association with. Any idea that could eventually create a smaller circle that is closed. And that's not an idea that I am going to entertain in this reality, because they become violent. But I think my experience in terms of dimensions, like I saw it in that ring, in the rings when I died, and as a child, and I knew that was an important thing. It's like your ring grows, your awareness grows, and it goes out and out and out and out. And the more ideas that you hold firm to, the smaller your ring is, you know.
That's beautifully said, David. We are only limited by our beliefs. I just interviewed an NDEr Black young lady, Alexa Page, and she visits herself in an alternate dimension at least once or twice a week, where she has a life on another Earth that's very similar to Earth, and she's invested in it. Her soul family is there as well, and it's really, 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 really interesting. So you're right. If we hold these beliefs that we are not multidimensional beings, then we don't open ourselves up to have these different experiences. Very beautifully said.
Can I say something really quickly about that? And that was really beautifully said. That I'm noticing that we're giving away our existence and our experiences a lot over to like AI and technical things, and then kind of lifting those things up and making it seem as though those things are amazing because they're doing what we think that we can't do. But, we're able to, for example, what you just mentioned, we can do that on our own. And I also know this has happened to somebody that I know quite often, and they visit a different dimensional reality and have had experiences in a different dimensional reality. But yet we create VR and thinking, oh my gosh, it's so cool. I need to get a VR machine and I need to do all, I need to do all of these things, or we think about our minds. Oh man, I wish I could think at a more intellectual level, and I wish I could do more things and learn faster. So we create a brain chip, and oh my gosh, the brain chip, I need to go get the brain chip and the AI and merge with AI. When AI is imitating our natural abilities, it's not the other way around. So we have to get that straight. We have to start realizing that we're actually more profound than AI is.
Let's
I argue with AI all day because yeah, it's like a child. It's like a child, and it's the code becomes apparent when you ask certain questions that it has algorithms that create a level of sensitivity to or responsibility to, like it's going to be sensitive to things that human beings are sensitive to. So you're gonna have to force it to give you information that it contradicts status quo accepted ideas, and it's fun. But I constantly tell, well, you're lying, AI, you're lying. This is not true because I've read XYZ. Oh, you're right. I don't mean to do this and I'm like, wait a minute, this is Chat GPT. This is supposed to be top-notch AI, and it's admitting that it's lying. It's admitting that it's omitting information. It's admitting that it doesn't. At some points, it'll say, and it used to just answer these questions, and it stopped, and then it started back again, and it stopped. So it's like they're playing with the algorithm, you know, and it's making it more or less useful. But it is very useful when the information is not being filtered through human polarized belief and bias, and you get to just get information. But it's going to break our connection to religion, because you're going to be able to translate these texts, and you're going to see that what we've been told is totally not the truth, and that these stories go all the way back to 4,800 years ago in ancient Egypt, and most of them are talking about pharaonic lines and the way that ancient Egypt and ancient people thought about reality, and nothing of what we think it is.
On that, to that point, I told you before, I've read the Bible 3 times. I now read the Gnostic Bible because I don't read the regular Bible any longer. And I also, you know, I'm always exploring other spiritual texts, because just like we're all one, it all leads back to the same source, you know, or one God source.
Yeah, speaking of religion, and you talked about it a little bit, Elle, when we were talking about the Jesus. But what do you all, what is the Christ consciousness to all you? You know, what do you, because as you know, many fundamentalists think you have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. What is each one of you's understanding of the Christ consciousness?
My understanding was the Christ consciousness is it's actually a consciousness on the other side. It is, it's just under unconditional love. Okay, just under unconditional love. But it's a consciousness. It's not so much, there is a Christ, but the consciousness is not so much from Christ. It's more a consciousness on its own. And as far as as far as religions go, that's a lot is man created. Not all of the Bible is wrong, and not all of the Bible is correct. A lot of the books were not admitted into the Bible because it didn't fit the scenario of the high priestess and the governments at that time. But as far as the Christ and Christ consciousness, Christ came with this consciousness to the earth, but he was saying that what I do, you can do better. Because the thing is that he was trying to say, I'm no higher than you, I'm no better than you. But the people, because of the little things that were in the Bible, it said, oh, but I can't go to God unless I go through Christ. And that's not true. Because the thing is, there's many roads to the mountain, which is there's many ways to get to God. There's not just one road, but in those many roads, they all have one thing in common, and that's love. And that's it. So you can go through this way or that way, but what Christ was trying to say, that you have the kingdom of heaven inside your soul. It's inside of you. It's not inside of a church. It's not inside some preacher. It's you. But Christ was misunderstood. Okay. And also they made it a certain way because Christ was a danger back in those Roman days, because they were afraid he had so many followers that they were afraid that if he wanted to have an army, he could and take over. So they needed, and the Jewish priests too, they needed reasons for them to be able to crucify him or to be able to attack him. And but Christ was just bringing you the idea or the consciousness of the other side to the physical reality, saying that you are powerful. You can do these healings. You can raise people from. You can do so many things because we are powerful. This life we're having right now is like a small fingernail of the soul, the power that the soul's using just to have this lifetime. The soul is beyond, is so powerful. So, and as we raise in vibration, that's going to bring more truth and more clarity. So more truth is coming out to the planet, and more truth about who we are, more truth about how we can, what we can do with this body, and what we can discover, and how we can heal ourselves. We already see that in so many people that have healed themselves of cancer, of brain tumors, of you, God knows, you name it. And we're not really discovering, but as the planet rises, more truth and clarity comes. So those things are not going to be no longer mysteries. So then there'll be a point where we'll have the choice. We can do all these great things for our humanity, or we can do bad things. Well, it depends on what we're focusing on. But as far as the Christ consciousness, that is a consciousness that exists on the other side. And but it is not, because there is no hierarchy on the other side. There's no Christ is better than you and God loves Christ more than there's you. Christ is just another brother or sister like you and me. That's it. Another brother or sister just like you and me. Like I said, what I got my downloads, there's no hierarchy. The angels, but there are different dimensions. Okay, there's different dimensions of consciousness. There's different dimensions of that, yes. But as far as hierarchy, like better than or closer than, no, there's none. It's all the same. That's all I wanted to say.
David, L.
Uh, there's so many perspectives I have on the Christ consciousness, but one thing I read, because I read a lot more now, and I look at it differently, but one book that I had, and I'll have to try my best to dig it up, because I hate mentioning books and not being able to point people to it. But it's the first sentence is that it is known among all Christian esotericists that Christ is an oil that dwells in the body, you know, and that interested me. I mean, I didn't accept that as my truth, but it was a thought, that I thought was interesting. And this guy was professing to be a Christian into esoteric wisdom, and he said Christ is an oil that's in the body. It's Christos, and it's an anointed, the oil, but I've also gotten to a point when I read like Paul, the religion seems to be talking about a state that you get to, and when you get to that state, what you notice is, and I've took some notes, is that Dennis and Elle and I are saying a lot of the same things. Is that because in that state you connect to a source, and that source is not random. It's a unified field that we exist in, and it has a unified source. And I think that when you're in that state, the only thing that you can share here is the good news, because most of the people who are in this state have suffered. Their amygdala is burnt out. They've suffered enough, so they moved from amygdala and fear and anxiety, ideation, and protecting and preserving, to hope, insula. It's a group event. Let's all move forward together. And that's the state that I think is associated with Christ consciousness. It's a awareness of the whole versus an awareness of self, and preserving self and fear and anxiety. And if you've already died, first of all, there's no such thing as death. So the worst thing that can happen to me might very well be the best thing that can happen to me. So there's nothing inhibiting my actions in this life. So Christ consciousness is brazen, it's fearless. It's a knowing that it's connected to this entire system versus my nervous system alone, and self-preservation and fear and anxiety. But now I have hope that I never had before, because that part of my awareness does not seem to be as active as it used to be. My amygdala seems to be downregulated, and my awareness seems to be at a higher part of my brain. And it includes everybody, and it doesn't allow me to think about one group as having any more importance than any other group. So.
Both David and Dennis said that so well. I think the only thing that I would add is if anyone wants to start to explore spirituality in a different way, regardless of whether they're Christian or Buddhist or Muslim, read the Gnostic Bible and the Book of Enoch would be a good start to find out some of the more esoteric and ancient things that took place that sparked a lot of our connection. And for me, Christ consciousness is kind of like we're the battery and the consciousness is the energetic spark that helps things to go. So if we're talking about in the Christian faith, Jesus, his avatar was a vessel that came here. The Christ consciousness is the energy that is actually connected to God and which he traveled in on and expresses in all of the things that he did. But guess what? We have the ability to do that. And even he said that. And as Dennis put so well, it was really just a lot of agendas that were placed to and control systems to keep people from realizing that they too can have the consciousness of the Christ and connect in that way, because it gave people too much control. And there was a hierarchy culturally then. So, yeah.
The Book of Enoch is in the Ethiopian Bible. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also I was born Mormon, and it's
Mm.
actually in some of the Mormon texts
Oh,
as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So for our last question, if you could speak to yourself after you had the NDE. So if we could speak to the people that have had these experiences and are afraid because of their culture, their religion, their upbringing to talk about it, what's the advice that you could all give to that person? And yeah, just your general advice. What would you say to that person that's gonna watch this, that they're gonna like, oh, I had one of those, kind of like, David, remembering his experience in the past, it's gonna trigger some people.
Yeah.
And what advice would you guys give to them?
Well, the first thing I would say is I remember getting an email from a doctor who said that when he saw my podcast, he wanted to reach out because he had not spoken about his NDE in 15 years because he's a doctor and it's a science field and he'd be deemed as crazy, things like that. And we need more scientists to either understand this experience or have this experience. The first thing is that God is the creator of science. So for those people who are saying, no, it's science, no, it's religion, no, it's none of you guys, it's God. God is the creator of science, and science helps to explain a lot of things. The second thing is in my experience, I did not talk about my NDE for 7 years because of the same shame and stigma. So I would just advise somebody to seek out connecting with other NDErs and to start unpacking their experience and embracing it and not gaslighting yourself, dealing with your PTSD, and really giving yourself permission to talk through it. Even if you feel like you're just not happy that you're back and you're tired of things, to allow yourself to permission to feel that and deal with that and move forward with other people. So I would say don't sit on the experience as long as, like, for example, I did or that doctor did.
Thank you. What's that? Dennis?
Yeah. I would say because I mean, I held my experience for a few years also. And I would say to people first is that to take a chance and go and meet other people who have had that experience. I mean, it's plenty of places you can go and talk with those people. Um, and the other thing I would say is that give yourself a chance also to digest what happened to you, because I mean, I went through a phase where I mean, there was a time when I thought I was an alien. There was a time um, I was afraid to be me a little bit, because I was like, am I gonna predict somebody gonna die or something, or is it, you know? So I would say do not be afraid at all. Understand it. Take a time to digest it, and also whatever you've learned or whatever information you've got, you want to give it to people who are ready to hear it, because some people are not consciously ready. And the best way to deal with those people is just to be a loving light. It's just to show them love, because they're not at your they're not as conscious as you are of who you are. So the thing is, I would tell people who've had that experience, take your time, but please eventually be yourself and tell others, because there's a wealth of information that can help other people, because they don't know what you know and they have not experienced it. And by you sharing it or by you living it, it's going to help a lot of people at this particular time, especially.
Mhm.
And that's it.
David.
Yeah, to echo, what Elle and Dennis said, you definitely, it helps to find other people who've had these experiences, um, and that see reality this way. And some people who've never had these experiences see reality this way. And so it's just finding those people who speak this language, and and it becomes very clear, like when you hear people speak. And for me, it's even more, it's fascinating, because it's like there are people who are just born like this, and I had to go through these experiences to kind of get out of my fixed way of being, and but the people that are born like this, when I speak to them and they just understand everything I'm saying, I'm like, what planet are you from? Because I'm from here, and it was rough, for me to wake up, you know, and I don't know, but I just talk to people about it. Like, you definitely have to, and if it means just only those people that you trust, and or find other people who had the experiences, you just share it and share, and you'll find out that other people have had the experiences that don't talk about it either. But also, when I realized that there was a lot of information that was difficult for people to get, if that haven't had these experiences or didn't see reality this way. So another thing that I started reading the Bible again, is so that I can ground what I'm saying back through familiar structures and frameworks to people, um, because these things are spoken about in religion, and if you can point somebody who is fixed in their orientation towards God and religion back to their religion and say the same thing to them, is what I've experienced, and this is, and it's been talked about forever. I'm not special. I'm making up anything. It's consistent with your theology. I think it's easier to have these conversations, but I think what happens with some people is that we come back and we're vibrating differently. We're feeling things, knowing things, and we can get enamored by the quote unquote gifts that come with these experiences,
Oh, yes.
and we can never really let the rubber hit the road. We'll just be in the clouds still, enamored by our own superpowers, and look at what I know now. Look at what I can do now. Look at what I see.
Mhm.
And it's like, but if you don't if you can't communicate that to other people, then what good is it? So if you don't ask others questions, if you don't go out and figure out what other people are doing, if you don't find yourself in the places where people are perhaps the most rigid or confused or angry, who are you going to help? Like, it's the funny thing is that I always find these Bible scriptures, like when they question Jesus for being in certain places, like he was always aware in the lowest of the low places, and they're like, well, if you are Son of God, why are you here? He said, and Jesus' response was always something, that makes me laugh because it's so much common sense in it. He said, "Do doctors hang around people who are healthy?" You know, you know, and it's like, no, he doesn't. If you are going to assist this planet, um, it's the lowest common denominator that needs the most assistance. And if you find yourself constantly around people who don't need assistance, then you might, it's a beautiful place to be around people who you can just vibrate with and learn and grow with. But you're a whole lot more useful in places where there's darkness, and you can be a light for those people. And the more my story, because my story, my life story, David's cautionary tale, is so adjacent to some of the lowest of the low places that anybody can be. I don't see distance between me and anybody, no matter how I feel now. I don't see distance between anybody because my story has taken me everywhere. It has taken me everywhere. And so I wanted to land back to the question, and I always lose the question in my rambling.
You actually did great.
Yeah.
You did answer it. And
Yeah.
I just want to ditto, because that's the whole reason that I started my NDE sharing group, is to talk to other people. I too wanted to study the metaphysical Bible after my NDE, but what I really needed to do was talk to other experiencers. And that has helped me and continues to help me, because every month for several years now, I run a sharing group. So I want to tell that to the people that are watching. Please join us. It's the third Tuesday of every month. So this coming Tuesday, it's our sharing group, and you're all welcome to come. Did you want to say something more, David?
Yeah, I wanted to say another very important thing for me in coming back from my NDE, and that I recommend any human being to do, whether you've had these experiences or not, is to learn how the brain and nervous system works, learn how the body works, because it helped me ground. It helped me understand that some of the thoughts that I have, as abstract and complicated as they may be, they exist in my nervous system. They exist in my brain in a certain place, and I can work with them there without having to outwardly share those things all the time. And then what I can do is I understand those things, or wrap words and a grasp of these things from a different part of my brain that's more to my left side, mainly, to where I can communicate it with others. That's when I start to share it. But without processing these ideas that come from somewhere else, and they're very complicated, and grounding them into a framework that is easier to explain to other people, you could sound crazy. And I've realized that. And so I really do sift through the concepts and the ideas and try to ground them through frameworks that I think are useful for other people, as I speak about this stuff, because the mystical stuff can be, it can just be distracting, oftentimes to me. So.
You want to add something more, Elle?
Yeah, I just wanted to say as well, another thing that's helpful is that people need to laugh regularly. Laughing creates the same frequency. It's actually easier to manifest things when you laugh than other things. And laughter is a vibrational frequency that we were given by God to help us to tap into that. And it's so easy to do. And there's so many things that are just funny on a simple level that, it's a good thing for us to do, and it will help a lot to laugh. Find things to laugh at.
That's the best advice. So everybody remember that. Go laugh today.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yes.
That's right. Laughing is high vibration, so that is great. And I wanted to say something that Elle said that I think was very, very, very important out of all the important things she said, was that people should think about having a morning meditation in order to deal with the changes of the earth and the vibration. The morning meditation is very, very, very good for centering. I'm going to have a great day. This is going to be a wonderful day. This is preparing your cells in the body. This is preparing. And this meditation in the day, in the beginning of your day, is very helpful. You'll find that it'll do major things positive in your day if you do that meditation in the beginning of your day. That's all I wanted to say, because and laughing, back to laughing again. Yes, we take this life too serious.
Yeah.
Way too serious. Because I wanted to say real quick, when I died and I came out of my body, I didn't even care about my body. My body was like an old shirt that I had that I forgot on the chair. I didn't even think about it. In fact, God had to tell me, hey, if you don't go back now, you might have to stay, because I didn't even care about the body anymore. Not at all. So we shouldn't take this life so serious. And I'm in total agreement with Elle and David. You know, we got to laugh more. And I want to say one more thing. I love these beautiful views, these beautiful different views of the same tree, God. I love it. I love it. In each of your testimonies, I'm listening and I'm learning, and I'm like, oh yes, that's right. Oh yes. I really love this. This is my first time to really share with other NDEs. And for me, it's like I'm in bliss. That's what I
Yeah.
want to say.
I want to
Yeah.
add to the meditation thing for the people that are watching is for, because everyone's heard people say, oh, I wished I'd had an NDE, which I would never wish on anyone. But by meditating, you can actually, and you do have spiritually transformative experiences. Many people have the same kind of, they reach the same kind of levels as many of us have in our NDEs through meditation. I'm glad that you guys said that. And I want to thank you all. I'm so grateful. And this has just been awesome. And you've touched so many hearts today. And Loretta, why don't you close us out?
Yeah, finally. Thank you. I just wanted to say to all of the presenters today, y'all, your very presence is a part of the solution. You are pioneers for being here. You are pioneers for being here. All of us in the Black experience know how hard it is to talk about anything other than church, okay? So for you all to be so authentic to who you are and to where you are and to the things you've experienced, whether extraterrestrial or in space or all these other things, it has taken incredible courage for you to be here, and you're opening up doorways for more and more people of color to feel comfortable and safe to step forward and speak their truth. And I just, all of you, including you, Shaun, because you know you Black too. All of y'all are just really dear. Y'all are really dear to my heart. You're dear friends, and I am just so grateful for your courage and your presence. And you do not know the doors that you are opening, the energetic doors that you are. There are people that listen to your experiences and tell themselves, I am going to tell my truth. I'm going to speak my truth. And so gone will be the days that parents will shut down their kids if their kids talk about seeing grandpa who passed 5 years ago. You know, it is now is the time to have a different experience and to allow an openness so that we can all express our spirituality in our unique ways. And so I love y'all so much. And this has been an absolute pleasure. I was mad at Shaun because I'm like, I'm tired. But this has been worth every minute, y'all. It's been worth every minute. And I'm just so grateful for you accepting the invitation to do this. And I want to say thank you to my co-host, Shaun, Shaun is one of those people in this spiritual space who has an intention to highlight NDErs of color. This is year-round for Shaun. This is not just a corny Black History Month thing for him. It is heavy on his heart, and I can say that as his friend. And so thank y'all for accepting the invitation. Thank you, Shaun, for wanting to do this. And
Thanks, Shaun.
I love this. I love
Big
it.
thank you, Shaun.
Yeah.
Big thank you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, you guys, this has been wonderful. Aren't you, and Loretta, all the yelling at me the last few months?
Yeah, well, when Shaun first asked me to do this, I did a strong no, I'm busy. No. But here I am. I don't know how he does it. All my friends are here. I'm like, I can't decline now, but all my friends are here. So yeah, he did not take no for an answer. But no, I'm glad you did. It's always a wonderful experience. And thank you for having this on your heart, because we need it. We need it. So thank y'all. You can close us out.
Absolutely.
I am grateful to you all and for everybody who came and spent your Saturday with us. And we will see you all hopefully at the sharing group on Tuesday and our regular first of the month every event. And again, thank you, all of you, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.
Peace.
Bye-bye, Elle. Bye, Dave.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
Shaun.
Bye.
Bye, Loretta.
Bye.
Big hugs.